It could be. It could be. But I'm not so sure of it. Nevertheless, I'm going to go ahead and start all of the lives anyway. Like I said, today is a little bit more of a somber day because of what's happening. TikTok, I'm just going to put in here TikTok final evening. Final evening. That's what we're looking at. Now, unlike most programs, I don't really have a strong topic today, in regards to politics. This is what we're going to be discussing. I want to find out from you folks, certainly, um, other apps you may have heard about, other avenues to do this, because I do enjoy speaking to the people. I've always done it. I've been doing this now for about 3 or 4 years or more. At least three, probably 4 years we've been doing lives. Now I've been debating politics 20 plus years, but on TikTok, about 4 years, 3 to 4 years. And I certainly enjoy speaking to MAGA in particular because they can be very passionate in regards to their political aspirations. I enjoy speaking of folks who are passionate about their political beliefs, and MAGA certainly qualifies, even more so than some of the far left progressives. So I'm hoping that there is a way we can continue to make that happen. Now, we certainly can in terms of text messages, because on YouTube, my communication is solely through texting or solely through folks typing in their messages and I respond. But obviously on TikTok, it involves people actually being able to communicate vocally. So I don't know if that's going to be able to continue. That's the problem. We don't know that. So we'll see. Now, looking at Jeanette says it is not going dark. It's just being removed from the App Store and updates are discontinued. So it will eventually die out. So what do you say? So you're saying it's not going dark. It's being removed from the App Store. So if you've already downloaded it, you're telling me that if you've already downloaded it, you'll still be able to use it, and they just won't update it. Are you sure that's all? Because I mean, if that's the case, then we would certainly be able to use it for quite a bit more. I don't know. Is that what you guys are hearing, that it's not going dark? This is what Jeanette on YouTube is saying. It is not going dark. It's just being removed from the App Store and updates are discontinued, so it will eventually die out. Now, in my comments on TikTok, indeed, True Faith New Order says she's wrong. TikTok said it was going dark. So, man, like I said, I'm going to plead ignorance. This is what I'm coming to the people because I personally do not know the answer. Thank you. That says Why Nizzle says we appreciate you, dog. Appreciate you tuning in and all the support you guys have given me as well. I do appreciate that. Make no mistake about it. Regardless of what happens with TikTok, I am going to continue the show and still make the effort to talk to the people. Right now, predominantly YouTube is my audience. If TikTok goes down, that's my second largest audience. So YouTube will continue. Just so it'll be a show kind of like what we're doing right now if I don't get callers. I do want to be able to, speak to other folks vocally, but if not, we'll do it the way you reading the text messages and all that. I don't know if it'll make for a shitty show or not, but you guys will certainly let me know by either telling me or just simply not tuning in. So we want to make sure that the program remains entertaining. We certainly want to be able to speak to MAGA and liberals like as always, but as you know, I can't control what the fucking apps are doing. I just can't control that. What do you guys think? By way of yes or no in the comments, do you believe that TikTok is a threat to national security? Unanimous vote on the Supreme Court. Where do you see that at? The Supreme Court unanimously let the ban go through. So what do you guys think? By way of yes or no, do you think the app is a threat to national security? Or is it some bullshit like many have suggested where they just simply don't want us talking to each other? They don't want to allow the citizens to be able to talk outside of government control, because this is indeed government control by them banning the app. That's them stepping in and saying, even though you like this, we don't it's good for you, and we're going to make a decision that you cannot have access to it. Now, that's something you normally here in dictatorships and other, and this has happened under Bush. I mean, happened under Biden and Trump. So we're not in a position to blame either one of these guys because both of them have talked about canceling or banning TikTok at one point, and both Trump and Biden have talked about saving TikTok at one point. So it's not one where we're trying to fault the presidents on it. Hopefully, if Trump saves it, so be it. But do you believe it is a threat to national security? I see in the comments the Great 5-9 says bullshit. Yeah. Hopefully they hash it out. What I'm expecting, because we're talking about the demand was that they either sell it or it was going to go dark. They just wanted to get it out of the hands of the Chinese. I can't imagine them letting this stay outside of the U.S. having access to it for a serious length of time. Because if people are offering you billions of dollars for something, Shelly, appreciate the support. Thank you, Shelly. Sending me off right. I appreciate that shit. I ain't gonna be on TikTok much longer, so I appreciate anybody that supports me while you can. Thank you. But I will say this. If somebody, let's say for instance, you got a vehicle sitting in front of your house, restored something, an old classic car, 1940s or something like that. You don't restored it, and the housing association and the local city police come by and say this vehicle is not street legal, and you can't leave it here, or we're going to seize it. We're going to tow it. So you got a choice. You can sell it, and maybe you got a few buyers out there that's been interested in it. You got a choice of you can sell it to one of the buyers, or you can leave it there till the cops take it from you. What are you going to do? You're most likely going to sell it, right? Especially if they're offering you decent money for it. Now, in TikTok's case, you got people offering billions of bucks. So if for some reason the ban goes into an extended period of time, I would have to assume they're going to probably entertain selling it. Now, I know they talked about they would let it get banned before they sell it. Sounds great to bluff and all, but if somebody's, because like shit like the TikTok store and stuff like that, that's a large, probably most of the TikTok store purchasers are American. They probably sell more shit on the TikTok store. And I don't know, is Temu, is that connected with TikTok? I'm not sure. But the TikTok store, probably most of their customers are over here. So if you ban it in the United States, you're going to lose, I think they said 150 million Americans are on this app. You're going to lose 150 million people that you're no longer advertising to, no longer selling shit to, are no longer selling shit for you. And you're going to lose all of that. And you're going to turn down, I don't know how many billions, folks like Kevin O'Leary. Denkow! Man, thank you. Thank you, Denkow. Denkow, you've been a serious supporter of the program. I definitely want to say thank you for that. You've been celebrating the program at least over the last few years. So thank you, man. Appreciate that, Galaxy. Thank you very much. Hopefully, like I said, hopefully if you will switch over to YouTube, or hopefully the program continues on TikTok in some form or another. I have enjoyed you. Thank you, says Merlot. Says Merlot? Thank you. 614, appreciate the support. But I just assume that they would opt to sell it as opposed to just letting it go. I don't know. Like I said, it's way above my pay grade, way above your pay grade, but I would assume they would sell it. Looking in the comments though, worried about TikTok while Elon Musk and Zuckerberg collect the same info. Well, yeah, but they're not foreign. They're not an adversary. True enough, Elon Musk and Zuckerberg and all of these other social media companies are collecting all of our metadata and all of that other shit too. But I mean, I guess they don't believe that Zuckerberg or Elon Musk may use that data for nefarious purposes. Now, I can understand anybody who might say bullshit. They probably can, but they view Elon Musk and they view Zuckerberg and some of the others in a different light than they do China. So I don't know. I'm really believing that because we do a lot of business with China. If they're that bad, why are you? I mean, because TikTok is not the only way we do things back and forth with. I mean, Alibaba, Temu, all of the Sheen, all of this shit is coming out of China. They can get all kinds of information about you through all of that stuff. It's hard to imagine that this right here, getting rid of this app, is somehow making America more secure. I mean, there's plenty of folks in this country that are Chinese nationals that are from China. You can fly people here on a visa and sit back and read Facebook or sit back. If you want to know what the heartbeat and the pulse of America is, or you want to stoke division, you've had Zuckerberg and Elon make their sites uncensored now. So if you want to stoke division, all you got to do is go on one of those sites and start typing divisive shit as a Chinese national. If your goal is to keep America divided, just go on those sites and do it. Because now you can say any damn thing you want on X and on Facebook. According to Zuckerberg, he's going to make that one open as well. So I don't see how getting rid of TikTok makes us safer. I really don't. Can you give a shout out to my aunt Jenna Toles? There you go. And to Uncle Mike Hawk. There's your shout out. Hopefully your folks are doing well. 2025. So is it starting out? I mean, we're starting out with Trump. Some would say that's a win, but we're starting out losing one of the biggest social media platforms in the country, on the planet. On the planet. One of the biggest social media platforms on the planet. I don't know what place TikTok is in. I thought it was in sixth. I don't know. I mean, there's, when I'm talking about like Facebook and X and Truth Social was probably not in the top 10. Trump's site, Truth Social, because there's a lot of people that don't use Truth Social. But Instagram, I think TikTok, last I heard, I thought it was in sixth place in terms of, what's the top social media sites. I would think Facebook, no, YouTube is one. YouTube, I think, is one. But regardless of what number it is, it's a huge platform to take down. So, and by the way, if it's a threat to American national security, wouldn't it not be a threat to most of the West? Because if you got a problem with America, you got a problem with Great Britain, you got a problem with Australia, you got a problem with New Zealand, you got a problem with a whole lot of NATO member countries. Are they taking it down too? I don't know, folks. I think there may be something more to this than simply referring to it as a threat to national security. China doesn't pull any more metadata than Facebook or X. TikTok is gone and Trump isn't saving it. So Gen X, you don't think Trump's gonna now he has talked about being favorable to bringing TikTok back. But Gen X, I gotta kind of agree with you because, and I'm hoping we're both wrong. I'm hoping that Trump does save it. My guess is if TikTok gets saved, it won't be by Trump. It'll be by somebody paying a bunch of money for it, as opposed to just letting it sit around and get banned. But I kind of agree with you. You say Trump isn't going to save it because I think we kind of know when Trump really wants something done or really disagrees with something that has been done. He talks about it every time he can get a microphone in front of his face. And he is not talking about banning TikTok. And I mean, he's talking about he doesn't, he would rather save it. But it's not the strong, passionate, what you're doing is wrong mindset you normally hear from Trump. He's not talking about it like he normally talks about something he disagrees with. And to me, that kind of tells the tale. It almost looks like he's just kind of saying something to kind of get it out there to make people feel I'm on this. But the passion in him is not there like it is on, say, the California wildfires, or even athletes that take a knee. You see how passionate he is about how wrong that is? He's not very passionate about this. So that right there to me is something that I'm taking note of. Twisted77, one of my favorite insultants. Twisted, good evening.
Oh, insultants now.
I'm
I
just
mean,
fucking with you. I only got you for one
you
more
want to
day,
play?
so I'm
We can
just playing.
play,
Good evening.
but this whole thing is Biden's fault.
How so?
He signed the bill.
Yeah, but it ain't
He
like
signed the
no. But
bill.
yeah, I agree with you.
No, it ain't no nothing. You gotta give it where it is.
I'm,
He signed the bill, and then he turned around, and at the end, he's trying to save it. Well,
yeah,
he the one that ruined it. Now you want to save it.
yeah.
That's creating a problem, and then trying to be the hero to fix it.
And
Right?
I'll give you credit for that. I'm not going to disagree with you. But to me, him signing it, this is like the '94 crime bill where he got credit. He gets bashed for the '94 crime bill as well. This is very similar in terms of when he signed that bill, everybody in Washington kind of wanted it. I mean, who in Washington when he signed that bill? Who in Washington was saying don't do it?
It don't matter. He still did it.
Yeah, yeah. And just like with the '94 crime bill, just like I tell people with the '94 crime bill, he didn't do it alone. Everybody else agreed with it.
Yeah, but he wrote the '94 crime bill.
He co-authored it. But once again, where are all of the people who were saying it was wrong at that time? They were okay with it.
I mean, that's fair.
Yeah.
But again, he wrote it, and they can't complain that it's bad because he's the one that did it.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. But what I'm saying is what he did was the will of the people. It's kind of like when the right is constantly calling Liz Cheney a warmonger. But where were they when that war was happening? The whole right was behind her. They were in favor of it. She was doing the will of the people. So that's what Joe Biden is doing. He was doing the will of the people.
We're not talking about Liz Cheney.
We're talking about Joe Biden. I'm just giving you similar examples.
Biden was the one who signed the bill. Now at the 11th hour, he said, "Well, we're not going to." He's trying to save it.
Yeah, but you do realize.
Passionate enough.
Yeah, but you do realize when Trump was in office before Joe Biden, he was heavily critical of TikTok too.
Yeah, but he didn't sign no ban.
Okay, but he doesn't give you the
critical. I don't care how critical he was of something. If he didn't do it, he didn't do it. But Biden did.
Right.
It's as simple as that.
Yeah. I get you. If you just want to say it's Biden's fault and Biden's alone, hey, go with that. I mean, you and I may disagree on that, but at the end of the day, we're talking about whether it'll be saved or not. I mean, we can if you want to blame it on Biden, go with that. I mean, the Supreme Court unanimously, which you don't hear that normally. What?
Here's the problem. Neither one of them can save it. Okay? The law has been passed. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, they can stop the
Supreme Court could have saved it.
But they didn't.
Right. So you want to blame them too?
The only way to save it is to repeal the law, and the Congress has to do that, not the president.
No, the Supreme Court could have.
Doesn't work that way.
The Supreme Court could have ruled it was a violation of free speech.
But they didn't.
Right. So they could have said
because there are other platforms. They're not shutting down all all platforms. They're shutting one platform. So they're saying, well, can't do nothing.
Yeah.
Well, I get where they're coming from, but the only way to save this is for Congress to repeal the bill.
And they don't look like they want to do it either. Say it again.
That's on them.
Yeah. And they don't.
You cannot executive order your way out of this. It doesn't work that way. They can stop the enforcement, but that doesn't stop the companies, the App Store and, the Apple Store from hosting it, because that fine could come right back, and then they're in the hole, a lot of money.
Yeah. And I was going to say, too,
that's up to them to risk it.
Right. And I was going to say, too, when you were talking about, it's Biden's fault. Now, obviously, because you said Congress can repeal the bill, that obviously means Congress are the ones that put the bill in place to begin with, right?
Yes, they are.
Right. So
any one of those people that signed it, that voted for it, that being Republicans and Democrats alike, it's their fault too.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, he didn't have to sign that bill.
No. But like I said, it sounds like he was doing the will of the people. You and I may not agree with it, but it seems like Washington, bipartisan, agreed with it. It's even a unanimous Supreme Court verdict. How often do you hear that? It seems like that's what the will of the people wanted.
Obviously not. There's people out here complaining about it.
Well, I mean, there are people.
I never heard any citizens. I never heard any citizens group running around screaming to ban it. I only heard Congress talking about it.
I've had them on the live tell me that. I've had some people. I've had some people on here who do believe it's a threat to national security. Most of them don't, but certainly citizens who don't use TikTok. There are plenty of citizens. I mean, there's like, for instance, most of my MAGA viewers don't fuck with TikTok. Most of my MAGA viewers are on YouTube. They don't fuck with TikTok. So there's a lot of MAGA that definitely did not like TikTok because it's Chinese owned.
Well, that is definitely a reason why some people might not screw with it. Some conservatives might not mess with it because of how they get treated on it. I've seen you say words. Listen, hold up. I've seen you say words that if I said in a live, being a conservative myself, I'll get banned for it.
Really? Don't. What did I say?
Oh, yeah. I can't say the word.
Spell it.
I'll get nuked.
Hint it. Give me something that rhymes with it. I want to know what the hell did I say?
Grape, for instance. I've heard you say the
actual word. I've said that
instead of the approved word. If I've said it, I'm done.
Yeah,
but you can say it.
I do actually.
That's a problem.
Well, but let me tell you something. I actually do get plenty of warnings when I slip up and say grape, or when I slip up and say the real word for unalived. I'm just not used to, like I said, I like to be uncensored, but TikTok does. They spank me all the time. I mean, there's a reason why you see me on one of the other platforms. I do get spanked for that stuff. Not
the frequency.
Well, I'll tell you something. When I started out, I used to have regularly near 1,000 people or more in here. I don't have that anymore because I get spanked so often. So it does happen. It does happen.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's definitely there's a disconnect there. It happens more to conservatives than it does to the
True. I don't.
An issue.
I don't know if it. I don't know if it does on TikTok.
But it's the same thing. I want to be able to talk freely without having to use code words.
Same.
That's BS.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
Yeah. I'll just say this from my own observation. I'm not for certain it happens on TikTok to the level you're talking about, but I do know the media tends to be more critical of MAGA and conservatives than liberals, which is why you always see me with the MAGA hat, because I want to let folks know on my program, you can speak here, right? Because I do know MAGA goes a lot of places and they get censored, and people don't let them talk. And that's the whole reason why I started having the MAGA hat behind me, is to let folks know, regardless of what your politics is, this is a friendly place for free speech. That's why I say it's MAGA friendly. You can speak here. So I do agree, because I know since I started talking to MAGA, I get censored sometimes in some areas, but I can't control it. All I can do is try to do my part.
Right, no, I get that. And for those people in the comments saying I'm crying, I don't really care. It don't matter to me. I don't need this. I'm old enough that this shit don't matter to me. This ain't real life as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, but you're right. You still should be able to speak, though.
Right. No, absolutely.
Yeah.
We're from the same generation. We don't like this crap. We didn't like getting censored back then. We sure as hell don't like getting censored now.
Damn right. And do you think that's what this is? Because I'm kind of feeling that this, as opposed to this national security thing, I'm thinking it might be more of a grab towards censorship.
That's very possible.
Yeah.
You hear a lot of people, and I've heard it more than a few times. I can't say to the validity of it, but I've heard it more than a few times that people talk about the support for Hamas and Israel on here and how that switched around, and that might be part of it. I don't know, though.
Yeah. And there was a lot of that. Yeah, there was a lot of that.
Right. And that might lead to some of the problems, because, those guys look at their constituents and say, I don't want this app around. Yeah. I might lose money. I might lose votes.
I don't know on YouTube, because I don't really go into many other people's I do on TikTok because it's so easy, but I don't go into a lot of other folks' live streams on YouTube. So I don't know if there is this huge support for Hamas and the Palestinians on YouTube. I assume there's some of it out there, but it's probably, as you're talking about, probably far more on TikTok. So could be. I mean, you could be onto something. Yeah. I don't know. I just hate that they're doing it.
Well, like I said, that's what I've heard people talk about it. I don't know, because I haven't looked into it myself.
Yeah.
I'm just drawing straws here. You know, that's all we can do, really.
Yeah. Any chance that maybe Trump and Elon will get together, and if not, if not grab this app, because they are both social media giants now. Trump is a social media giant, and certainly Elon is. Is it possible that maybe they'll reverse engineer something similar like this and create their own?
I mean, I don't see why not, but it depends on if they do or not.
Yeah.
You know, I would be remiss. I wouldn't want Trump doing an app like this, especially while he's president, because I don't think that's right. I don't think he should be dabbling in that while he's president. Okay, Elon,
He gonna
Elon's
be on
doing
it.
right
So
now.
go ahead.
What's that?
I said he gonna be on it, whether he own it or not. He lives online.
Well, right, but Elon already owns Vines as a part of what he got from X, which is he could easily rework that, but he's not done it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't know that I want either one of them or either one of them is going to do anything.
What about selling it? Before I move on from you, what about what I stated earlier, that if you're going to lose it, why not sell it? There's billions of dollars on the table.
You know what? I don't know, and I don't know why they haven't.
They don't believe the bluff.
Maybe.
Yeah, they may need to
it down. I mean, you're going to lose all that money. I don't know. That don't make no sense to me either.
Maybe they need to see if the politicians in America can, overcome the onslaught of all of these Americans. You got people on TikTok that are in tears. Like, for some people, this is their main source of income. So you got to see if the American politicians are going to stand by and let those folks suffer. And maybe TikTok is saying, I don't believe America's going to let all these people we got on this app suffer. Let's give it a few days, a few weeks, and see what happens first.
I don't think they suffer. It just means they're going to go out and get a real job.
Yeah, but some of them folks, I mean, if you're making money because you got a big pair of titties, chances are you making more money on TikTok than that real job gonna pay you.
Oh, I know that, but that's not my problem. That's their problem.
All right, Twisted. Well, I hope we certainly get to speak in the future. We've had a lot of really good back and forth. Shit, man, I really hope this ain't the last time I talk to you, for real, sincerely.
Oh, honestly, yeah, no, same here.
All right.
I like our conversations.
So do I. I usually kick your ass most times. No, I'm just playing.
I think it's the other way around there, but
It ain't even about who wins or loses with me, man. I just enjoy the conversation. A lot of times you educate me, other folks do. And if I can return the favor to a few folks every now and then, I like to do that. So certainly hope this ain't our last time, man. But thank you for coming through. As always, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on with the program. That was Twisted 77. Now, he's MAGA. We have a lot of good conversations. We don't agree on a lot politically, but damn it, he has a right to speak here. Always will be preserved as long as I am on the air. Is exactly what I was just to say, bro. Time to get a real job. How is this not? Now, let me say something before I go to my next caller. And I'm going to ask that some of you folks tap the screen. It might help with the algorithm. Bringing in a few more viewers before this stream ends. It may be halfway through, because I have two platforms. Halfway through, I may switch over on TikTok and go to the other platform. But I'm going to ask some of you folks on TikTok, the few of you that are in here, to tap the screen, get the likes up, see if we can get it up to around 10,000. Otherwise, I'll go ahead and switch the live to the other platform now. But I was about to make a point real quick. In regards to getting a real job. As a content creator, you are no different than a screenwriter that writes movies or sitcoms. Maybe you're no different than a comedian that goes on stage at an improv or at Zanies or the Laugh Factory and tells jokes. Maybe you're no different than one of the Fox News commentators that go on television on Fox News or CNN or MSNBC and tell people. I mean, this is a real fucking job for those people. Just because you're watching it on a phone or a tablet or a laptop doesn't make if it's a real job for Megyn Kelly, Joe Rogan, Bill O'Reilly. It's a real job for those Americans. Everybody has to start somewhere. What do you mean go get a real job? Do you look at those programs like Tucker Carlson and tell them go get a real. What a lot of folks on TikTok are doing is no different than what Rogan or Tucker Carlson. They just got bigger audiences. It is a real job. So what Tucker Carlson or Joe Rogan or even folks as far back as Howard Stern, they just happen to be able to attract a huge audience over years. Or Rush Limbaugh, it's the same shit. You're getting the same thing from people on these apps that you're getting from those folks. They just use different media sources. Rush Limbaugh made a really good killing on AM radio. Or Howard Stern did the same thing also on radio stations. Tucker Carlson, cable news. Now he's on the internet. It's no different. So I don't know why people keep looking at folks on social media well, go get a real job. It is a real job. It's what they are doing for a living. If you're entertaining hundreds or thousands of people per day, that's a job. You're an entertainer. You're a political talking head. You're a comedian. Maybe you're doing skits and comedy. People do skits and things on here. That is a real job. So I really, like I said, I really disagree with the comment that this ain't a real job. If people are showing up and they're interested in what you're doing on a daily basis, no different than your employer and my employer at our day jobs, they're interested in what we do on a daily basis at our day job. It's a real job. Looking in the comments, but charges will be made. I don't quite get what you mean there, Braven. I'm going to switch over real quick on TikTok. I don't know what's going on TikTok. Like I said, it's failed unstable connection is saying. I don't know why it's saying because I'm on Wi-Fi and it seems to be working well on both of the other platforms. I'm going to switch my TikTok to my other platform because the numbers are whatever it's saying. Now it's saying no internet connection. Let me switch it over. Give it a minute. It's letting you know TikTok is banned ahead. It's not banned already, is it? Sorry, TikTok. Oh, it is banned. Wow. Sorry, TikTok isn't available right now. Damn, it went down in the middle of the fucking broadcast. A law banning TikTok has been enacted. This is what's on my screen. A law banning TikTok has been enacted in the United States, unfortunately. That means you can't use TikTok for now. We are fortunate that President Trump, they already giving MAGA some love. Look at that shit. That's going to incentivize Trump to do. I like it because it's going to work probably, but they got it on, they got in their closing message. We are fortunate that President Trump has indicated that he will. Oh, now it just went down to the point where I can't even read the message anymore. Wow, it really went down. They took the message off the screen. But I like the fact that they actually, okay, there it is. We are fortunate that President Trump has indicated he will work with us on a solution to reinstate TikTok once he takes office. Please stay tuned. So keep in mind what's happening here. If TikTok comes back, 100% credit goes to Trump. I'm sure Trump likes that because that will be thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of Americans that will say the only reason I'm able to do this is because Trump saved it. Because the company put Trump's name in it. This is almost equivalent to when Trump signed the stimulus checks. Because a lot of folks forever give him credit. They got us, fam. Yeah, big dog. It went down. I'm reading the message, but by them putting that in there, we are fortunate that President Trump has indicated by TikTok giving Trump credit for trying to get the app back up. That probably will incentivize Trump to do it because that instantly gives him millions of people that will be saying that he can brag to that I did this. Biden, as my last caller said, Twisted77, the last guy I talked to now on the app at this point, what he said is Biden was the one that put the bill out there to ban TikTok. Congress approved it. So taking down TikTok officially is Biden's fault. And if it comes back, it's restored because of Trump. It's a huge talking point for Trump. My guess is Trump is going to be. My guess is Trump is going to get a little bit more passionate now because he gets to take credit for something that would be significant. I mean, that would be right off the bat. I've done more for social media users than any other president. We'll see, but I do believe that that will incentivize Trump to get behind it because they gave him his. They put his name on it. Damn. TikTok has destroyed a generation, says Almighty King. No, it ain't TikTok. It's social media. TikTok, you get rid of TikTok, Facebook, Instagram. I mean, people have been murdered on Instagram. So you think that, I mean, I've literally seen people lose their life on Instagram. So the same thing with X. Now that Elon Musk bought X, you can see some pretty raw shit on X. So you say TikTok has destroyed a generation. There's other bad apps out there. You're not gonna save generations by getting rid of TikTok and leaving all those other apps available. Because you can see some pretty. I mean, one of my most popular searches on YouTube about 10 years ago used to be "shot in Syria." I would go to YouTube and type in the words "shot in Syria," and you could see all sorts of war footage. All sorts of war footage. People. I mean, they finally started taking some of the stuff off, but yeah, you're not gonna save any generation by getting rid of TikTok. It's plenty of messy stuff out there to see. Out when I did shows on the so-called Haitian migrants eating dogs and cats, most of the folks trying to show me that shit was coming off of X. It wasn't coming off of TikTok. They were telling me on TikTok where to go see it, but it was on some of them other apps. They trying to show me people eating cats and dogs. So yeah, you can see a lot of wild shit outside of so I'm still on TikTok. LOL, I'm afraid to swipe out. I didn't swipe out RT Ego. I did not swipe out. It kicked me out. So let me see. Let me see if I can do. I can't do anything. I get the screen saying that you need to close the app. If I try to bring the app up, it goes right back to that screen that says, "Sorry, TikTok is not available right now." So I thought they gave us to midnight. I mean, I was deliberately trying to be on the air to the last minute, but damn, I didn't think the last minute would be so early. It's kind of like I wanted to come say bye to my dad before he passed away, but he passed away while I was on my way to the hospital, kind of shit. Like I thought it would be around for a little bit longer than that, man. Don't close the app like I said. Okay, so you're saying never close the app, but I thought they wouldn't send it over till midnight. I closed the app. I mean, I didn't. Well, yeah, something. I was switching to my other profile. So yeah, if you're in it, don't close the app. I guess that maybe that is the right thing. Well, looks like it's trying to bring up other shit, but it kind of makes me feel like I'm driving a piece of shit car, and you keep turning it, and the engine kind of cranks in it. Because when I first bring it up, I can see like somebody's post, but then it stops and freezes. Each time I close it and bring it up, I can see somebody. So it's like it's still wanting to show me stuff, but I just can't. Yeah, we can't do anything. So, by the way, I want to let you guys know also, because I've been trying other platforms. I'm on Instagram as well. The Handsome Liberal on Instagram. I'm going to ask that if you guys would be kind to follow me on there, because I'm gonna try, because I can go live on it. I'm trying to make it so that I can speak to people though. So I do have an Instagram account. In fact, I'm gonna go ahead and go live on that, where TikTok used to be just for the rest of what we're talking. Damn, she fine. I got a lot of big ass titty women on Instagram for some reason. And the minute I brought it up, I just saw boobies. Okay, so looking in the comments real quick. All lives are gone on TikTok, says Charles Vaughn. Wow. So they took them all down already. So I'm not the only one. Damn. All right. Well, like I said, it sucks. It does suck. Okay, so right now I'm actually live on Instagram as well. I'm still learning how to use Instagram. It says we're telling your followers that you started a live video. So if you're on Instagram, if you have Instagram, the Handsome Liberal on Instagram, I would invite you to see, because I want to see if I can talk to people. So anybody who has Instagram, certainly feel free to follow me there. Ed G says, like you say, if it happens under his watch, he saved it. Yeah, I mean, in this case, though, even more so, because you got the company putting Trump's name on their closing statement. So, and I see a few of you guys are joining on Instagram, Mr. Mike and Temptation, I think that says. So I do see some, it's indicating some of you folks are coming up. But yeah, if TikTok has on there that Trump is going to work with us, and then that app gets put back in business, TikTok is probably going to thank Trump, and Trump is going to use that as a bragging point. As you know, and look, I'm on his side with that. If that app comes back up, I'm going to believe him. I'm going to give him credit for that. And that, to me, because there's so many Americans that make really good money from TikTok. I mean, I get a few, I do get some support on the program. I mean, I might get a galaxy or two per week. So I'm not making enough to even get an oil change, so to speak, from TikTok. I got more people that are kinder to me on YouTube, but on TikTok, I'm not really getting much at all. But there are people out there where it's their sole source of income. So I'm gonna give him credit for that because he would have saved a lot of jobs for people. And as I made it clear to you folks, I don't buy into the notion of get a real job. To me, if you're doing this shit, you're putting in 4 to 8 hours or more per day on social media. That is your fucking real job. If hundreds of people are stopping to see you because they really enjoy what you're doing, it is your real job. It is your real job. Don't let anybody ever tell you what you are doing is not a real job. If you're passionate about it, people enjoy it. It helps you out, whether spiritually, mentally, or even financially. It's a real fucking job. It is. It's a real job. So I don't buy that. They aren't telling us the intel about TikTok because it's too scary. It could just simply be they don't like Americans talking to other Americans. I really believe that's a possibility, more so than the whole claim of it being a matter of national security. I think it. I mean, to me, sending over a bunch of jobs to China at the cost of American workers and American salary. To me, that was a bigger a bigger threat to national security and our financial security than anything TikTok has done, because you put a lot of Americans out of work so you could get access to cheap labor in China. That hurt the value of the American citizen because salaries went down here. We now once you got to compete with folks over there that are willing to work for a nickel on the dollar, it's going to, the only way I'm going to bring my manufacturing back over to America is you guys got to be willing to take less money. So to me, that has been a greater threat. And then, of course, China has used all of that extra revenue to build up its military. And who are they most likely to use that military on? Who are they? Us, or the West. So to me, allowing wealthy corporate heads to move their business overseas. Like, remember Nike with child laborers and shit? To me, that stuff is way more of a threat to America than anything that TikTok is doing. In the comments, Frank Collins, you said, when I'm looking at different screens, particularly on this YouTube here, which is my YouTube vertical, my eyes look like they're crazy. I have no clue why that is, but they look like, because I'm looking at different angles. The cameras are not flat at my face. So for some reason on YouTube vertical, my eyes look like they're going all over the fucking place. I see folks in the comments, damn, what the hell's wrong with his eyes? I don't know, but it does that. Do you think Trump made a deal with TikTok to put on a show, shut down for a few days and let Trump save the day? I'm not going to say I'm not going to say that's impossible, because we know what he did with the border bill. If I feel 100% confident that if Trump sees something that's politically advantageous, like what you're alluding to, he would do it. I feel confident there's a possibility he would do that. If I can let them shut down TikTok for a few days and then be the hero that saves the day and receive all of that political capital that comes along with that, yeah, I'm not going to say he's not above doing that. I do believe he may do that. earlier or yesterday I heard great points by you, but right now we are. What do you say? Well, I can't pronounce that. We a none where. Braven, thank you for what happened yesterday, but I don't know what you're saying. What's happening now? You said right, but right now we a non where. I don't know what that means. Tim, I was praising you. And because of TikTok, I got to see your lives in 2022. Pete, thank you. Well, I appreciate that. I'm glad I'm glad that the algorithms of some of these pages brought you guys to me, brought me to you, because some of you folks have been beneficial to me as well. Will G is one of the ones. He's a big sponsor of the program, but also he had me read up on Liberia. I didn't know a lot about that, and it's probably one of the most memorable things I've came across in recent times. So, I get educated from you folks a lot. Michael's another one that educates me. I enjoy talking to Twisted, some of my MAGA viewers like Jeremy, MAGA Reacts comes in here quite often. So, like I said, I'm happy that the app brought a lot of you folks to me, and a lot of you folks are delighted that you got a chance to see me coming to you, and hopefully we can keep that going. Instagram looks good, says who says that? I didn't see the name there. Brantley. Thank you. So you're watching me on Instagram. You can see it pretty good. Thank you. The Instagram looks way better than YouTube, says Chris Bearden. So for you guys that are on YouTube, he's saying that Instagram looks better. I can tell you maybe why that may be. Originally, I started out on TikTok. That was my first platform I started out. Then I branched out to YouTube, Instagram. I'm on Rumble. I haven't, I got a fourth camera here that's not on, but Rumble's another one I got a platform on too. So if you want to follow me on Rumble as well. But the show was set up originally for TikTok. So the backdrop and everything, because it was set up for a nice vertical feed. And so you're going to get the best view from my center camera, which is what you're looking at if you're on Instagram right now. That's my camera that's normally on TikTok. And they're all devices. My center camera is the latest Samsung Galaxy 24 or whatever it is. What is the latest one? The 24 Pro or whatever it is. Ultra, S24 Ultra, I think it is. My my YouTubes are different. My YouTube vertical, where you guys are seeing me with the lazy eye that you guys often talk about, you're seeing me on one of the latest Samsung tablets. Obviously, the tablets do not have the camera equivalency of the latest phone. So the camera may be a little bit not as perfect, not as clear on the tablet. And of course, on my YouTube horizontal, where I'm pointing to this screen here, you're seeing me on an iPhone 16, 15 or 16, 15 or 16. But it's the smaller one. It's not the bigger one. So I have three different devices. And then I have another tablet that's here that's not on right now. And that would represent my fourth camera when I use sometimes. Because sometimes I'm on all the platforms and Instagram simultaneously. But I have not been able to figure out how to make Instagram really work in any meaningful way. So we're gonna, like I said, I gotta get enough people to follow me on there. So looking in the comments, get the likes up, please, says Jeremy. Yeah, smash that like button on my YouTube platforms. Appreciate that. Definitely tap the like button. It'll help the algorithm. My shows are set to bring in MAGA. That's generally where my FYP is. You'll see hashtag Trump, hashtag MAGA before you see hashtag Biden or Democrat or liberal or Kamala Harris. I do have those hashtags in there, but it's generally I go for the MAGA side first. That's why I always say MAGA are my preferred guests. Love how Trump wanted it banned. Now he wants to save the day and keep it. Plus, Don Jr.'s girlfriend is a huge influencer. Well, yeah, Trump did want it banned at first, but like what my other caller pointed out, he talked about it, whereas Biden signed it actually into law. But it did. Excuse me. And then, of course, Trump started saying that during the election, a lot of TikTok viewers helped him get elected. And we can talk about liberals on TikTok, but there was a whole lot of MAGA on there as well. I mean, that's the only place I go is MAGA lives. I don't go to liberal lives. If you catch me in somebody else's forum, it's usually me and as many as a half a dozen MAGA. I'm usually getting attacked from all angles. I kind of enjoy the back and forth, but I don't go anywhere. So there's plenty of MAGA on TikTok. Don't let anybody ever tell you that there's only liberals on TikTok. There's plenty of MAGA on there. You just gotta put in your FYP right. I only watch YouTube anyway. Oh, so you only watch on YouTube, says one of my viewers there. And there's a lot of people that only watch YouTube. There's a lot of people, but I can't take callers on YouTube. And I want to be able to hear you guys speak, not just type, but I want to hear you speak. I'm not a know-it-all. I make that clear. I'm not a know-it-all. I don't know every damn thing. A lot of you folks you may find that are far more educated than me. But damn it, I want to hear from them too. I'm never going to be in a position where I feel like I do not need to know any more than I know now. I always want to continue educational wise evolving. And I got 3 college degrees and I still want to know more. So I would like to be able to hear from you folks. Only wrong if you didn't do the same for Biden, says Life. What do you mean by that? Monkey, no, we all should, says Jason Jeffrey. I don't know what that means. I'm holding Trump to everything he says. Am I wrong? No, Monkey Juice. Okay, so you're responding to him. No, you're not. No, and I see what folks are saying that no, you're not wrong for holding him to everything he says. You said that we all should is what Jason says, and I see Life on my something says only wrong if you didn't do the same for Biden. No, I don't see anything wrong with holding a politician to what they say. The challenge with Trump is his supporters often will tell you, and I cannot believe the Washington Commanders are beating the Detroit Lions this fucking bad. I'm about to lose some money on that game. I'll continue on, but I'm watching. I got a big ass TV behind all this stuff, and they're losing 45-28. Damn, that's a big upset. It's gonna shut down all of Detroit before TikTok. Damn. Detroit's about to lose this game. Nobody predicted that one. They were like 10-point favorites. Wow, that's a big upset. But anyway, in the comments, Ed G says, wealthy streamer problems. Handsome, I don't know the name of my devices. I just buy all the newest ones. I do, just because, I mean, I understand you. And, I get the S25. S24. Usually every year they come out with a new device. And if you don't buy it in cash and you're paying the monthly payment on it or whatever, they have it set so that by the time you're done paying it off, they don't came out with the. I get a new phone about every 2 years. So this is the S24 Ultra. Before it, I had the 22. Now they have a 23. They probably will have a 25 or whatever. But every couple of years I get a new one. So I know it's the S24 Ultra Pro. Because if you order cases and shit like that for it, each phone, they make small alterations to it just so last model's case won't fit the new model. So I just know from that. I've ordered stuff for the phone. Like, for instance, all of these devices are in tripods and holders. That's why you'll see they when I can make them shake like that. They're on stuff. So I got to buy stuff that fits the phone. So I just know the name of them because I'm always buying things for them to make the program work. Commander's baby says SGB. That's crazy. If you had to put, I don't know what I mean. If you had to put $100 on the Commanders to win this game, they were like 10 and a half, 11-point underdogs or something. You'd have made some good money on that $100. Man, I didn't think they would go there and lose like this. What was the other game last week that was an upset as well? Minnesota. Minnesota also got upset. But this is an even bigger one. This is an even bigger upset for the Detroit Lions. I mean, everybody thought the Lions was on their way to the Super Bowl. This is a really big upset. Yikes. Man, that sucks. Detroit gonna be silent tomorrow. They ain't even gonna be making cars. We're gonna hold off on Cadillacs for the day just to mourn the loss of the Detroit Lions. There's one YouTuber that created a hotline. I don't know how to do the hotline thing, Mike. I thought about, getting a number or whatever, but first of all, you want something that you can stop the trolls. Okay, let's say I go ahead and create a hotline. Or I get a number or whatever. Call in and we'll put you on live speakerphone so everybody can hear you. We can have a conversation. Somebody else just keeps calling. So all you hear is the beeping in the background or whatever it is, letting you know you got to call. And that person just keeps doing that. or they make it so nobody else. I mean, I don't know how you could, I guess you could block them. I suppose you could block it or something like that, but I'd have to figure out a way to do that. But I mean, I'm open to that. I would be open to that as well. I mean, I'd be open to another device as long as there's some support for the show. Because at the end of the day, this stuff, I don't be, I'm not one that's always begging for solicitations. I do appreciate those who support the show. Probably only about 1% of my viewers or less support, but I do appreciate those who do it. But make no mistake about it, I'm not soliciting for donations and shit, but this stuff does cost. I mean, I'm running four different devices. So that's four what do you call it? Um phone packages or whatever. I mean, I got four packages. So it does cost a little bit. It's not a super expensive program to run, but if you're on multiple platforms, there is some finances involved in it. Will liberals give Trump credit if he saves TikTok? I will. I will. Plenty of it. Because not only would he be helping me out, but he's also helping a lot of Americans that um, use it as their sole source of income. So I certainly will. If he saves it and they're already telling you on the app that they're working, yeah, he deserves 100% of the credit. TikTok is officially down for me, and Trump still ain't shit. Did you see in the office? Did you see in the office about how fortunate Trump is to work and getting it back, flip flopper? Yeah, we're talking about that now, Will. That's what I'm talking about now. Is that TikTok is down? You're correct. It went down while we were on air, and they have the message on the app saying that Trump is going to be working with them, and that's what we're talking about now. And one of my viewers is even saying, "Are you libtards?" I'm just adding that in there. But are you liberals going to give him credit if he says the app? And I say, if he does, he deserves credit. Now I know you don't think Trump is shit, Will. I get it, but I am saying that if he's responsible for bringing up one of the largest social media platforms out there, he should get credit for that. I just, look. TDS, whatever you guys want to call it, whatever the hell. There's people out there that hate Trump. Fine. And I know if Biden brought it up, there would be people on the right who would not want to give him credit, or some liberal, but that ain't me. If he brings it up, I'm giving the guy credit. Clean up the milk he spilled. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see how well Trump comes in there and how many things he cleans up. We'll see how it goes. What's your opinion over the suicide statistics of trans youth in the United States? And what do you think makes that number so high? Hate! Hate makes that number so high. Everywhere you go, somebody thinks you're a freak or a pedo. Hate makes that number so damn high. They are not welcome any fucking where. I don't want them shoving this or that down the throat of my kids. So a girl, a transgender woman, gets a modeling contract for an adult beverage, Bud Light. Kids ain't got shit to do with that. You got Kid Rock out there with a gun shooting up the beer beverages. Hate is what makes them so suicidal. I 100% feel confident about that. I mean, imagine how you would feel if half, a large portion of the country just hated you, just thought you were just evil. They either think you're mentally ill or they think you're out to harm kids. Hate is why the suicide rate among the trans community is so high. And it used to be like that among the gay community until they were allowed to come out. The hate is real. Gen X says, have you tried Zoom yet, Tim? Zoom works well with YouTube. Can you use it on a mobile device? Can you? Because I would try Zoom. I've heard somebody say Zoom. Somebody else said Discord. I would try that if you can use it on a mobile device. Bye bye TikTok, says Mr. Slot. Yeah, TikTok is temporarily gone right now. You got my support. You got me into TikTok 3 weeks ago. It's been fun since. Says I think this says Mike. If I can read that, let me get my spectacles. Thank you, and I appreciate you supporting me there, Mike. Yeah, that is Mike. Thank you. Appreciate that. Like I said, hopefully they do something because I really enjoy speaking to you folks. It's been a pleasure talking to you folks. We ride through the bumps. A lot of times I say shit you disagree with. A lot of times you say shit I disagree with. But at the end of the day, we have a nice exchange among each other. Sometimes we do meet in the middle. And overall, we not only are able to exchange opinions and ideas, it can be entertaining at times. It can be entertaining at times. I don't see anything wrong with it. So I do appreciate the support I do get from you guys. Elon One says XYZ. When you give somebody 300-400 million like Elon gave Trump, you're going to do some winning. Anybody could win if they had that much fucking money. That's why he fleeced the small guy out of their 5,000 inauguration ticket money. Now the inauguration is going to be indoors. How did he fleece them? Are you saying that he collected 5,000 from people, and now that the inauguration is indoors, they're asked out or something? What do you mean by how did he fleece them? I'd be curious to know. Real quick, for some of you guys that are just tuning in, also understand I am on Instagram as well. And some are suggesting the video quality on Instagram is even better. So the Handsome Liberal on Instagram, I also would implore you to follow me there, because I think after a certain amount of followers, I might be able to go live there. I don't know. But Instagram, I'm on Instagram live right now as we speak. There was no charge for tickets. Stop the lies, says Neil Johnson. Yeah, $5,000 is a lot. I mean, you're not gonna, because I think Trump wants to have his. Remember last time he was talking about he had a crowd that was larger than largest inauguration crowd in history. He was trying to say his crowd was larger than Obama's, and now he's claiming he's had more people come than Martin Luther King. So he wants plenty of people there. Charging $5,000 ain't gonna get that. So it wouldn't make sense for him to try to do that. Do you like NZ? Are you talking about New Zealand? I really like New Zealand, if that's what you're talking about. Diddy is hosting Trump's after party. He said P. Diddy is gonna be hosting Trump's after party. That's funny. Let me see here. I want to just look on yeah, it shows people are coming up on Instagram, but I don't. Are you able to type comments or not though? I'm just going to type test on Instagram. If anybody see that, I don't know. Well, I type TEST. I don't know if you guys can type. Oh, I see Gen X is there. Sent the request to be in your live video. Let's try that, Gen X. Let's try it. Okay, let me see how this works. I hit yes. I don't know what I can see. Yeah, Make Me King One says I can comment. I see that. Gen X sent the request to be in your live video. I'm trying to see where you're at, Gen X. Hey, I can hear you.
Can you see me?
No, but I can hear you. That's still good enough. How did you do it? What did you do so I can tell the viewers?
Just get on Instagram, follow you, and it'll give you an option to join the live video.
Wow.
It'll be to the right of your name.
Okay. Now, I hate to ask you this, but I do need to know this. If I had to shut you the hell up, how do I do that?
You can't, because you ain't about shit.
And then I can't I can't have somebody in here throwing the N-word and all kinds of other crazy. I have to be able to shut you down. So I need to know that. Huh?
Let me look at it a second.
Yeah, because if somebody get crazy, I got to be able to give. Oh, I see. Remove. Let me see here. If I hit
go ahead, take me off. I'll come back in.
Let me see. Yeah, I'm gonna hit remove and see if that takes you down. Okay. Let me see. Did it take him down? Are you there? Okay, I think I got rid of him. So if I can do that, now I see Make Me King One on Instagram says he can actually see both of us. All right. So we do have another platform then. Wow, that's cool. Okay. Twitch is good and uncensored. Twitch is a video. I thought it was a video gaming application. All right, we'll look into Twitch as well. Kamala gave head to Trump, says Paul. You're saying that Kamala Harris gave Trump head. The thing about it is, while you're trying to make Kamala Harris look bad, you also allude to the fact that Trump is a serial cheater on his wives. So I don't know if you're really helping Trump out by saying that, because it's probably possible that Trump would have no problem taking head from somebody while he's married to Melania, because he's done it with all his other wives. So I don't know if that's something you really want to throw out there. Trump wants a crowd, period. I agree with that, Brockton. I certainly agree with that. Trump wants a big crowd inside the building at his inauguration. That ain't gonna be hard to get. I mean, because there's a limited amount of people that can fit in the building. I mean, now is that at the Capitol? That's at the Capitol building, right? You already know what I'm about to say. You already know. It just seems so weird after what happened on January 6th for that man to be. I'm just gonna tell you, I know a lot of my MAGA viewers don't agree with me. Fine, you have a, and we don't have a problem with you disagreeing. We don't block, ban, or censor, but it does seem a bit odd considering what happened at the Capitol building. And let me just say this, something I've also heard. This would almost fit under the category of being deplorable, to quote Hillary Clinton. I've heard that some of the protesters from January 6th are going to have a reunion at the Capitol building on Monday. So they're going to have a reunion. Well, I mean, and then of course he's going to probably talk about pardoning some of them. It would not surprise me if tomorrow, or better yet Monday, Trump talks about, I promise pardons on day one, and starts pardoning people right there on the spot. I don't know, folks. Like I said, that don't look right. That don't look right. Let me look in the comments. That don't look right, but we'll see what happens. And Gen X, thank you for the follow, Gen X. So now I got to figure out how to be aware when people are requesting to join. Because unlike TikTok, there's a symbol at the bottom of your screen when somebody's requesting to join. I happen to see it by your name when you followed me, Gen X. But if somebody is requesting to join, I need to make sure I can see that. Because people do hold on, and I like to get to the people when I can. But guys, I've downloaded 4 VPNs to try to get TikTok back. The problem with the VPNs is everybody's not going to have them. So even if you get a VPN and it works for you, you're still only going to get a limited amount of people because most Americans are not going to get a VPN. I mean, so the size, the size of the American audience on TikTok is going to be greatly reduced. My guess is probably less than 10% of the American TikTok users are going to get a VPN. I mean, certainly the ones that are kids and all of that shit, they ain't getting VPNs. People who might be making good money off of TikTok would be incentivized to do whatever they can to see if they can keep it going. But just regular high school students and all of that shit, they're not getting VPNs. So, like I said, I don't know what percentage of TikTok they represent, but the overwhelming majority of TikTok users are not going to get VPNs. So I don't even know if getting one is going to make it worthwhile, unless you want to talk to a bunch of people in the UK or something. Going to be extremely cold on Monday in negative temperatures. First inside since Reagan. Yeah, I heard that. First time that the inauguration is going to be on the inside since Ronald Reagan. Yeah, I've heard that. Here's something else that, people say you're just bashing Trump. Here's something that I like that Trump is going to do. He's immediately going to Los Angeles. As much shit as he said about California and how many politicians he's bashed in Cali, particularly Southern Cal, which is, mostly blue, he's actually going to go there. I don't know if he's going to give them the necessary aid they need, but it looks better than what he's been saying. I mean, because he's been making it sound like he don't give a fuck about those people. Now, my guess is he's going to go there and bash the hell out of Newsom and the mayor. We know that's going to happen, but if you're homeless, I guess, and he's giving you a check, you probably don't care what he's saying. Just give me the money, As Cuba Gooding Jr. said, just show me the money. So we'll see. But I do like the fact that he's already announced that he is going to Los Angeles immediately. So I don't know, Monday, Tuesday, he'll be in LA. Well, shit, if that's true, I didn't get an invite to the party at the Capitol. Gen X, maybe I'm wrong. Let me see if I can find a quick clip. I'm glad that I got on Instagram. I'm glad you showed me that, Gen X, that I can bring people up at least there. Glad to see TikTok getting banned, says first. Why? Why are you glad to see that? How does that make you feel better? I like to know. Like I said, a lot of Americans make their income from TikTok. So essentially banning it is putting some people out of work. Why are you glad to see that? 45-31. The Commanders are up 45-31 with only 1 minute and 46 seconds left. I mean, they're going to be walking to the parking lot in silence, leaving that game. That's horrible. That is horrible. So at this point, it is a point of no return. There's no way the Lions are going to come back from that. 31-45. Wow. So that's what, 14 points? Yeah, they're not going to score 2 touchdowns in a minute and a half. Now he'll have more folks in their hotels watching TVs, higher ratings. Well, Desi, the ratings for the inauguration were going to be pretty damn high no matter what. I mean, it's a presidential inauguration, and it is one of the most inflammatory presidents we've ever had. I mean, even if you don't like Trump, you're going to watch because he says inflammatory shit all the time. So it was going to have high ratings anyway. It's there's a big difference between watching Joe Biden get inaugurated and Trump. Now, Kamala Harris would have probably drew decent crowds, but a second inauguration of Biden, that shit wouldn't have drew anything. I mean, he's a boring politician. He is what we've come to know from politicians in the past. I mean, so he wouldn't have done much. I want to see if I can see Jan 6 reunion. I want to see if there's any news stories on it so we can discuss this briefly. So for you folks that are tuning in as of late, TikTok is down. So if any of you folks are watching that may watch on YouTube and you're wondering why I'm not taking as many callers, TikTok is down. So it is officially down on my end. FBI host annual January 6th rally. Somebody says FBI reunion? Oh, that's in 3 years ago. Okay, I'm trying to see. I heard it on the news. Maybe I don't see anything. Okay, tensions rise during Survivor Boston. That's something different. Yeah, I don't see anything to bring up. I wanted to, because I did hear that they were going to have the January 6th protesters were going to have a reunion, but I don't see any news articles on it. So we'll leave it at that. Be crazy though. My guess is, like I said, Trump is probably going, because he's going to have his inauguration speech. Trump loves to talk, so wouldn't surprise me if he is talking for at least 90 minutes or an hour. Now I can actually invite people. I just clicked on something on Instagram here. Gen X, if you're Gen X, let me know if you're watching still. I'm gonna send you an invite, and I want to see what happens. And for you folks, sports lady, good evening. Let me know if you're watching Gen X. Willie G, appreciate you. Yo, Will, Will, good to see you on here. All right, appreciate that. Will, appreciate you following me over here. I do see that. Let me know if you see it. I want to see if I'm gonna send you an invite just to test it out. Because it gives me the ability to also send an invite. Okay, so I send an invite. Let me know if it brings you up or whatever. Now I can't. It says Gabriel Reed turned on video. Okay, so I'm learning I'm learning Instagram in real time, but I am on Instagram live for my YouTube viewers since TikTok is down, and I'm learning how to use it in real time. Okay, Gen X, are you there?
Yep, I'm here, brother.
Awesome. This is good. Okay, so I can, like I said, I can't see you, but I can hear you, and that's certainly good enough. There are a bunch of symbols on the right corner of the screen. I don't know if any of them turns on any cameras or whatever. I got to figure this shit out. I don't know how to
I
operate.
think the way this works is you can see yourself, I can see myself, and your viewers can see both of us. To your viewers, you appear on the top and I appear on the bottom.
Okay, so I don't even want to know. That don't sound good, but okay. So they can see both of us there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yep.
All right. Now, see in the comments, Will G. Will G always brings up the phrase "Trump ain't shit." I see that. Ban on TikTok and cigarettes. How you feel? There's not a ban on cigarettes, is it? What is he talking about?
Oh yeah. Biden outlawed cigarettes too. Yep.
Completely?
Well, the high nicotine ones he did.
Huh? When the hell did he do that?
Yesterday, I think, or the day before.
Trump gonna get rid of that shit.
Yeah, it was just recently. It just happened.
Because that ain't Congress. That's an executive order, right?
Yeah, it was an EO. Yep.
Why the fuck? I mean, what is the purpose of doing that? They just gonna overturn that. I mean, that ain't gonna. I mean, because that's obviously gonna hurt a lot of people that make money off of selling tobacco. I mean, what would be the purpose of that? They just did it, huh? Wow. Mike, yeah, has Trump spoke on that yet?
Not yet, but it's going to make criminals rich.
Yeah, it's going to create a black market for it. It's going to create a black
Yep.
market for it. So, yeah, my guess is Trump's going to overturn that pretty quick. Bill proposes
Yeah,
restrictions on cannabis use. Yeah. Huh.
that
Now,
was kind of. I'm not glad that people lost their incomes on TikTok, but I am kind of glad that they finally called that shit for what it is and shut it down. And here's why: there's so many people crying that, oh, it's our freedom of expression. You don't got freedom of expression or freedom of speech on TikTok. In fact, you have the exact opposite. TikTok programs you how to speak. You
that is
speak the way they say you could speak, or you're gone.
that's a
You
good
got to use
that's
words
actually a
like,
legitimate point because I hate using words like unalived and grape. That is you
all
actually
right,
make a point off of that. That is a good point. You can't totally speak freely.
that's not freedom. That's not freedom of expression. Now, is it a good commerce site? Absolutely, it's a good commerce site. And as a commerce site, they can regulate your speech. But if you're going to claim to be social media and give people the right to speak and express themselves, you can't do that. You can't limit this one and not limit that one. Just because you hate what I say doesn't make it hate speech. It
Yeah.
just means you don't like what the hell I'm saying.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, well, I mean, I didn't think of it that way, but I guess that is a that is, I mean, I can't deny that they don't like free. I mean, there's a whole lot of things you cannot say on TikTok that I because when I get done with my lives, all of my YouTube lives are archived, and I'll get
Right.
banned for saying things on TikTok, and they go right into the archive on YouTube without any problem at all. So,
Yep.
and I saw the last interception of the game on the Detroit Lions have lost. I cannot believe that. And I bet some money on that. I can't believe that they lost that game. Damn. Biggest
Yeah, I
upset.
put $5 grand on Washington.
You did?
No, I'm bullshitting you. I
Oh
wish I
shit. But
did.
I mean, that would have to pay probably at least 20.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
that would have to
If you
pay at
put
least
anything
20.
over 1,000 on Washington, you were getting paid.
Yeah, you would get paid. I mean, that would probably be well above 20. Actually, they were like 10 or 11-point underdogs. I mean, shit like
Yeah, I didn't
motherfucker.
see that one.
No,
I didn't
nobody
see that
saw it
one coming.
coming. No, that would have been like the Buster Douglas fight. I actually
Yeah,
because when I bet on when I looked to bet on the Detroit, they were losing by I think by a touchdown, and they were still favored to win by 3. So people really they were losing by 7 and still 3-point favorites. So that just shows you
right.
how much people thought they were going to win, but damn, they got killed. They ended up losing by 14.
Yep, so I'm sitting there looking at it right now.
Wow. Major upset in the Motor City. Man, that's like selling Toyotas there. Wow. All
He
right,
says
all
he ain't
right.
making no Cadillacs tomorrow.
No, no, Detroit's gonna be silent. All of that Detroit against everybody. No, Detroit's at home now. So man, that's crazy. Silent locker room. Shit.
So you don't think Trump's gonna bring back TikTok either?
No, I believe that's possible. I believe that's highly possible. Because, like
I
I
don't think he
said,
is.
go ahead.
I don't think he is. I don't think he wants to. I think he says he wants to. And you'll never hear me saying this about Trump, but I think he's full of shit. He ain't bringing back MAGA, or not MAGA. He ain't bringing back TikTok. He's got no intentions of doing it. I don't think he can do it without extensive legislation, because he's got to go all the way back through Congress
He
to
owns
do that. He
he
can't.
owns enough of Congress. He could do it. If he gets up
Oh,
there
he
and says
could.
this really needs to be done, Congress he got enough Congress people that are going to follow him because you're going to get plenty of liberal Congress folks that are going to be okay with it too. This ain't one of the ones that would simply go down the aisle. Republicans all vote this way, Democrats vote this. You would have some Democrats that would vote in favor of it. So if he wants
Right.
to get it done, he could do it.
Yeah, hey, thanks. Who's that? Make Me King one? Thanks, Make Me King. I appreciate that, brother.
He said
Um,
he don't normally agree with you on shit, but he agrees with you here. I'll tell you this though. I think
I
either.
said he was praying for my health.
Oh, I thought he said, "Oh, I don't agree with much you say." Oh, but I'm praying for you. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, you ain't inside in the hospital, are you?
Yeah. I'm still in the hospital, man.
Man, how long you been in there?
About a week, a little over a week.
I didn't know that, man.
I got one thing off my bucket list: potassium poisoning.
How do you get potassium poisoning?
Yeah, we're still not sure how that happened. It was a combination of my meds.
Okay.
And it was a
don't that messes with your heart rhythm?
Oh yeah, it almost killed me. Yep.
Yeah, man, watch that. Shit.
Yep. I'm good though. I'm good. Ain't enough kryptonite in that truck. I'm good.
Damn. All right, man. Well, we need you around. I got to kick your ass a little bit more on social media, but we don't want you gone yet. I'd hate to show up to your services like, you motherfucker. I don't want to do that. I want you around. I want you around.
Tim, I'm leaving you all my Proud Boy stuff. My hats.
Well, let me tell you something, though. But let me tell you something. In regards to a black man receiving Proud Boys gift, I hear that Snoop is performing at Trump's gathering. I hear that Rick Ross. I hear that Nelly. How did that happen? All of these hip hop stars performing at Trump's gathering.
I don't know, but I kind of like where it's going. I like that people aren't so. Everybody's going to diss. You can't get loved by everybody.
Yeah.
But give him a chance. He ain't even took the plane off from
Come on now, Gen X. You know why people ain't giving him a chance, because he says awful shit about people. You saw his Thanksgiving and Christmas Day message.
But he means well.
Yeah, he calls you a left-wing lunatic, but I mean well. You see what he's doing in California, for instance. That's why people don't like him. If he just worked with the hip-hop community and had him come out to his event and threw a big party and shit without all the rhetoric, then it would make sense. But he says a lot of bad things about people.
Well, let's see if he does. Let's see if he does enough good to kind of overshadow the bad. Let's see what he does in California. Let's see if he reaches out. But we need to forget about politics in California and help people. People need help right now. They don't need all this bullshit. They don't need division. They don't need people clawing at each other's throats for a position on the totem pole. They need food. They need shelter. They need medical care. They need housing.
Well, shit, you need to tell him that, because he's the main one doing it.
Yeah, like I said, I hope he does the right thing by them.
All right. Well, let me move it on, man. Now that I've learned how this worked, I do appreciate you schooling me on it, because I've never used Instagram in terms of taking calls. So I'll move it on and see if I can figure out a little bit more. But thanks, man.
Yeah, no problem, Tim. Hey, you have a great rest of your weekend. The other one, like I said, look into Zoom. Zoom is very, very easy to negotiate and navigate once you've got it. And all you do is you post a link in your live feed on YouTube, and people can just click on, you see who it is, and let them in or deny them.
All right. I'll definitely look into that as well when I get off the live tonight. Appreciate it, man.
All right, man. Have a great weekend.
You too. All right, so now I got to figure out how did I figure out how to drop him? Did you drop? No, you're still there. Okay, so now I'm trying to figure out how to drop you. I see I have another request in there too. I'm trying to figure out how. Okay, so I have the ability to invite you, but you're here already. Gen X. Oh, he dropped himself. Okay. All right, we'll give it a minute before I bring up my next guest. Tell the LA water czar to help. I've just simply said Trump has promised to go to Los Angeles next week. Go there and make, plans on what you're going to do to help those people. Going there and bashing Gavin Newsom. Because normally when there's a natural disaster, the president goes into the area and they generally meet with the governor of that state. They don't normally go to the state and bash the shit out of the governor. So, we've seen George W. Bush during Hurricane Katrina. We've seen Obama go meet with, what is the guy's name? Chris Christie during Hurricane Sandy. Recently, Biden went and met with Ron DeSantis after they had a hurricane. Notice none of those presidents went to those states and bashed the hell out of any governor. So I don't know what Trump's going to do in terms of helping out the people of Southern Cal, but going there to bash the governor is not what you do. Otherwise it could end up where you go into California and you're in one neighborhood or one city and the governor's somewhere else because y'all don't even want to meet each other. I mean, that to me, we don't need that. Not during a crisis or some type of natural disaster. So he needs to chill on that. There'll be plenty of time to bash Gavin Newsom or vote Gavin Newsom out of office or bash the mayor and I think the mayor is going to be in big trouble because the mayor was in Ghana and some shit like that. Even though they had kind of advised that there was a major risk for this happening, and the mayor's in some other country. But that happens during the election, not during not during a natural disaster. That's not the time or place to do that. So hopefully Trump gets it right. I'm not gonna hold my breath, but we'll see. Anyhow, looking in the comments real quick. Newsom don't need to go anywhere. D Satan needs to go. So you're saying this? Well, the people of California apparently likes DeSantis, so we'll leave it at that. Mr. Sloth says the caller was great. Yeah, Gen X is my boy. Gen X go way back. Gen X been calling into the show at least a year or more, year and a half, 2 years maybe. Hey, handsome, first time checking out the live stream now that TikTok is gone. Catherine, appreciate it. I appreciate having you here on YouTube. I do believe TikTok will eventually come back. I actually do believe it, but we got to let it play out. Let me look in I want to say in the box, but the way this works here, I bring up my next caller. Arsha Fine. Good evening, Arsha. Biden with the cigarette ban. I don't know what was the purpose of that. Arsha, are you there? Arsha Fine, are you there? Maybe not. I hit accept. Let me see if we'll try it one more time. If not, like I said, this is going to be a work in progress, trying to get used to this Instagram. But for you folks that are on YouTube, I would invite you to follow me on Instagram as well. As long as if I can figure it out, I'll be able to take callers and certainly, hopefully, be able to talk to more MAGA, because that's been a issue with the show. And a lot of my right wingers like, all you do is bring up liberals and shit. No, we're trying. But Trump is not normal, says Charles Vine. I'm using Instagram. The handsome liberal on Instagram is where I'm at also. What does the future look like for you? I got a day job. I go to work just like everybody else. That ain't going nowhere. But as far as social media, because I'm back on course to get my regular time slot. I used to be on 1 to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday. And I had a considerably larger audience because I had a dedicated time slot. Everybody knew when I was on. And then I had family issues where I wasn't able to reliably be on like that. But I'm getting to the point where I'm about to get that spot back, but don't know what's going on with the number one platform. Arshafine, can you hear me? I don't know why I can't. Let me make sure the volume is up. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Let me try my other caller. Arsha, I don't know why it's not letting me bring you up. I'll try with the other caller. Yeah, like I said, it's going to be a work in progress until I figure this shit out. That was it Shrek 2006? Let me know if it was Arsha. I see you said I am here too, trying to follow you and trying to figure out everything. LOL. All right. Okay. Are you there? Yes, with us, Shrek?
Yeah.
Okay. Good evening. Welcome to the program. So I'm learning Instagram, so understand this is a work in progress for me. But we're talking about TikTok going down, obviously. Do you see it as indeed a threat to national security?
No, I really don't.
So what do you think what do you think the aim is?
I think that TikTok is so popular that it points out the faults in the politicians that they see it as I think they feel it's a threat to them, not to national security.
Both sides of the aisle?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah. I mean, I would never thought that Biden would sign that. So for Biden to sign that means that Democrats and Republicans find it as a threat.
It seems like Biden, I don't know if he's trolling Trump or whatever, but he's passing all this shit on the way out, like the cigarette ban and stuff like that. I mean, I don't know what the guy's trying to do. Is he trying to make life miserable for Trump taking office or something?
I think in his own way, yeah. He's old school, so he probably wouldn't do anything dramatic, but I think so in a snarky way. I think he is.
Wow.
I think, yeah.
And
I think he figured he just fuck with him a little bit in his own way, but it's probably like, you ever met some people that were just like, how would I say it? Like too normal, I guess, or stale? It's like dad joke. You know how they got dad jokes?
yeah.
And dad jokes are not really that popular because they're kind of like, you know, dad jokes, you know. So I guess in his kind of weird way, he's taking it to Donald Trump.
What about pardons? What do you think the chances are? Because he hasn't pardoned Liz Cheney, he hasn't pardoned General Milley, he has not pardoned Dr. Fauci. Do you think he'll do any pardons in this last 24 hours he got?
That's a hard one. I think if he was going to do it, he would have already did it.
I would have thought so too, but he hasn't. I mean, he's leaving them folks on the lurch. I mean, the Trump administration has made it clear they want Liz Cheney and General
No, I
Milley.
don't think he will. I think that he might not feel that they're in any kind of threat or anything like that.
Why would he not feel it? I mean, Trump don't say it they under threat. I mean, Trump has already called it out and said that he intends to.
But
Go
if
ahead.
he does, that means that it's kind of admitting that they did something wrong. So I don't feel like they did anything wrong. I mean, General Milley.
Bro, well, I think General Milley did do something wrong. He went around the chain of command and reached out to his Chinese counterpart and let them know that if Trump gave some kind of rogue order, they didn't have to worry; they would not follow it. He doesn't have the liberty to do that. He went outside of his own the scope of his power. So I think General Milley does have.
Well, if that's the case, then the military they like handling things on their own. You know,
He's the top though. He was. I mean, he's part of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. There is no. I mean, he's the top.
Well, who's that listener? I listened to you yesterday. I don't know if it's Denkow or I think he was in the military before, and he was telling you yesterday about how the military is not going to allow
Hegseth. Yeah, he said they're not going to work with Pete Hegseth.
I mean, I guess you're right. He could, but maybe Biden don't like General Milley. Maybe he think that General Milley was wrong for what he did because I mean, if the shoes on the other foot, Biden wouldn't want a general to do what he did.
Yeah. Real quick before we continue on, I see in the comments, Pupio Naya Shelley says, I've never had TikTok. Was it really that much fun? Guess I'm old. Well, it's the inner, some things are it's how you interact with it. You ever use something and you think, well, like you go from Hulu to Sling or one of these different TV services, and you find that some of them are you favor how you can interact with it. The way you can interact with TikTok is more favorable than some of these other apps. So that's why a lot of people you can swipe and see stuff really quick. It's the interaction that works so well. So that's what it is. What were you saying there?
Not also. I have learned so many things about history that I would have never learned in school. I think that the general idea of everyone sharing their knowledge, has really made TikTok a big thing because there's so many part of slavery and stuff that like Black Wall Street that a lot of people didn't know about that they learned from TikTok. So TikTok is a learning tool on top of that. So I think it's just a good, which is weird because kind of provided a platform for people to speak freely, and the United States doesn't like it. I feel.
Well,
I know that's strong, but they just think about it.
Do you think that what we've been discussing is? Do you think Trump was going to save it though?
Oh, if he could, yeah. Just to get the bragging rights, yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm kind of thinking the same thing. The bragging rights is something he may pursue because that would be huge for the folks that use it.
Well, Trump is a populist, I think. He's not a Republican or Democrat. He's just more of a populist. He's more like, if he can get praised for something or be remembered, he's gonna go, over. He's gonna bend over backwards to get it done because he's just a showman. Like you said before, he's a showman.
Yeah.
So I think if he had the chance to save TikTok, he would do it in a heartbeat.
Can you imagine if he saves TikTok in the way that they him and Elon did with X, where not only does he save it, but then you really can say and post anything you want? I mean, he could, because that's what they, with Elon purchasing Twitter and turning it into X, he really opened it up. Imagine if you don't have to say unalived and grape and all these other crazy words you got to make up. Imagine if not only if he saves it, but he really does uncensor it. You breaking up. Okay, I guess my caller there is
right.
Yeah, so I mean, at the end of the day, there may be some good from this.
He would become like a champion of free speech.
Yeah.
Like he will become like one of the greatest presidents to ever champion behind free speech.
Yeah. Now, did you vote for Trump?
No, I did not. I don't hate Trump. I don't think he's a moral person. I think for you to run a country, it can't just be about business. Everybody's different. They got different cultures, and
I cannot argue with that. I mean, that's one of the accolades, the things that people like about Trump is they say he's a successful businessman, and we need the country to be ran like a business. I agree with you that they're in a civilized society. There's a lot of things you have to do that cannot be ran like a business because at the end of the day, the whole purpose of a business is to make profit. And there's a lot of aspects of civilized society that should never be based on a profit margin.
I totally agree with you on that.
So, well, we'll see. But right now, he's on course to potentially be able to do a lot of good if he can bring this app back and help the people out in California. But I got to move it on, Shrek. Thank you for coming through. Appreciate that. For you folks that are tuning in.
Can I say one more thing?
Sure.
Before I go?
Yeah.
I think that if Trump succeeds in doing everything he say he's going to do, that's going to be a slap in the Democrats' face.
It probably would be. It would probably make for a really good Republican midterm and maybe even a 2028 victory, depending on who follows them too.
Right.
Yeah. So, all right. Appreciate it, Shrek.
I appreciate it. Thank you for having me on.
Anytime. Appreciate it. All right, moving on with the program. I do understand some of TikTok now. One of the things I'm trying to find out, because I can't do this on YouTube either. All of you guys are probably aware my screen needs to be mirrored, and I don't know how to flip that around. So, on TikTok, I know how to mirror the screen so that the text and everything on the screen, my clock, my backdrop, everything's reversed. So I need to I'm assuming there's a way to do it, but I got to figure it out. On Instagram also now, because on Instagram, my screen is reversed as well. So I got to figure out how do you mirror all of that. Benny Hill, go to bed. Are you old enough to remember Benny Hill? Benny Hill, wow, man, that's really going back. What is that, late 70s? Benny Hill, wow. Trump will attempt, but it depends on, wait a minute. Trump will attempt, but it depends on who everyone will continue the backing. Well, if Trump really wants to get TikTok back, he can do it. Because if Trump tells Congress we need this app back, he's currently in control of Congress. So, I think most of the Republican Congress, and you would get some liberals. I think if Trump gets up there and says we need to bring TikTok back and he proposes a bill to do so, I think it would happen. I really think it would happen. That's all it needs is for him to actually do that. Now, Instagram is indicating I only got 5 seconds left. So do they put it on the timer? I'm about to lose Instagram feed here. So Instagram just ended my live. Apparently, you only get a time frame on Instagram. I'm learning things. I didn't know that. And then I can share it. By the way, Tim Liberals on Facebook is another one of my spots. I'm just going to put this in as, so I'm going to share that live on Facebook before I start up another one. It timed out. I didn't know you could do that on Instagram. If you continue this live, won't be saved. So we'll discard that. I don't know. I hate to do this real time. I'm ignorant on this stuff, folks. I am ignorant on this. So fuck it. I'm just gonna get out of that. Discard cancel. Okay, so we're out of that. I gotta figure out how to make that work. Real quick. Okay, yeah, so it did share it. Real quick, I'm gonna look in the comments here. Have you heard about ICE starting deportation? Yes, I have, Jason. They talking about beginning a deportation in Chicago. Yes, I have heard of that. And for obvious reasons, they're going to target Chicago because they've been chastising Chicago so much. Just go into Chicago and disrupt it. Now, here's the crazy thing. You send all of these immigrants to Chicago, talking about Governor DeSantis and Greg Abbott of Texas. You're gonna flood Chicago with immigrants. And now you're going to be pissed off under the Trump administration that they won't kick the immigrants out. They're only there because of you. I mean, the Republican Party was in favor of sending all these immigrants to Chicago. Now, all of a sudden, they're in Chicago. You're going to get pissed off that they won't send them out. All right. That is a perfect case of using and exploiting these people. But we'll see what happens. Same as the Somalian population in Minneapolis years ago. No hate, but it was government led. I definitely think there's some hate involved in it as well, though. Apparently, there's an email from the TikTok agency. TikTok should be back Tuesday. I haven't heard that. I don't want to get to the point where we start having like Q drops. Remember QAnon right after the 2020 election? All these Q drops were coming in. I need to hear from some of the larger media sources. If TikTok's going to be back on Tuesday, I'm not saying it's not, but there's going to be rumors floating around on this shit. We know how that works. Real quick, somebody said, okay, so you guys can see me. I see you on YouTube. Says, for you guys that are watching it on YouTube, is the lettering behind me, is it reversed or is it correct? Because on my screen, it's reversed. It's right on YouTube. Says just somebody on my YouTube horizontal. You're saying it's okay there. Let me see on YouTube vertical. YouTube vertical is reversed, and on YouTube horizontal is correct. That's crazy. You stop your live on Instagram. What happened? Instagram times out. That's the problem. I gotta figure it out on Instagram. Thank you for the follow there, Manjin. I haven't started it back up, but Instagram gives you a certain amount of time, apparently. So it times out. Whereas on TikTok, I can do a 6-hour live on TikTok. Instagram gives you a time frame. I got to figure all that stuff out. I didn't know it times it out, but it timed it out. So I would have to start up another one, and I didn't know that. So everybody, that's crazy. So on my YouTube horizontal, the feed is correct, but on YouTube vertical, it's not. Huh. Weird. Tell Trump to stop making up crisis, then trying to solve them and act like the hero. Well, he didn't make up the TikTok crisis. Biden is the one that is, if you want to blame TikTok for being down, Biden is the one you got to blame it on, because Biden actually signed the bill into law. The TikTok ban does not have Trump's signature on it anywhere. He spoke favorably of doing it. He criticized TikTok as a Chinese app, and he talked about it needed to be banned, but he did not do it. Biden did it. Congress dropped it. Biden signed it. Biden could have, chose not to sign it into law. So Biden did it. So when you say that Trump manufactured this crisis so that he could play hero, he didn't manufacture it. Biden's the one that did it. Yes, he did. Republicans came up with the ban. Like I said, Biden signed it into law. Biden is the president. The Republicans are not. The TikTok ban was on the president's desk, and Biden signed it. That's not Trump. You can't blame that on Trump. That's not on Trump. I mean, do you hear Biden talking about, well, I decided not to sign it or I decided to veto it? No, or whatever the case. No, Biden signed it. So you got to give Biden credit for it, not Trump. Like I said, Trump talked about doing it. So it's not like right now. So right now, Trump is like, it's not like Trump is a hero right now. He talked about doing it, but he didn't officially do it. Biden did. Let me see here. Trump was against TikTok his first time, but now he thinks that TikTok helped him win the presidency. Hey, King, that is true. That's exactly what he said, is that his child or his son or somebody told him that a lot of good things happen for your campaign favorable to help you get elected. And that incentivized him to no longer want to ban TikTok. That is what he said. CNN is very conservative now. Y'all still think Cuomo and Don Lemon are on there. Actually, you are right. CNN is nowhere near as far to the left as it used to be. And Chris Cuomo is on News Nation. I watch a lot of News Nation now. And Chris Cuomo still leans a little bit left. He's kind of like Bill Maher-ish type, where he leans left, but he's also willing to criticize the left where criticism is due. He's not he's not like a Kool-Aid left winger. He's not like like Don Lemon is kind of like a Sean Hannity of the left, where everything the left does, he's likely going to favor it. Like Sean Hannity. Sean Hannity is a Kool-Aid right drinker. Everything the right does, he's going to most likely favor it. But Chris Cuomo is center left. He's center left. He's not far left. So I watch News Nation, and I like News Nation not only because of that, but not only because I'm a Chris Cuomo fan, but because they got a lot of the more traditional Republicans from Fox News that have left that network. Like Bill O'Reilly's now on News Nation, and so is Geraldo Rivera. A couple of the women are over there now, and so it kind of feels like a center right, not center left, but it almost feels center right on News Nation, but it's real close to the center. To me, it's kind of like what Fox News was when they used to have the fair and balanced symbol at the bottom of the screen. They were center right. They were saying fair and balanced. People knew that they weren't 100%. They were not 100% fair and balanced, but they were somewhat close. I mean, right now, Fox News is way far to the right. At this point, Fox News is pretty far to the right, but it was not like that, certainly before the Trump era. I'd say 10 years or so ago, it was not like that. So I like News Nation. I really like News Nation. I think that they're center right, but they're center enough that I think it's a good program. Or they have a good media outlet. I stopped listening to the news almost, not entirely, more biased towards podcast and fact checking. Well, I would stop listening to anything that's against fact checking, so I can't argue with you there. Let me try to make this work again on Instagram. I do have the Instagram feed up. I'm gonna see if I can bring up Arsha, if I can get it to work this time. I think it's gonna let it happen. Let me know if you can. Arsha? Don't know if she brought. Can you hear me?
Hey!
Hey,
Oh my gosh.
hey, good to have you.
It's a miracle.
Yeah, so you are aware that TikTok is down, I'm assuming.
Oh yeah, well yes, because I tried to I made my last TikTok and I unfortunately for myself I didn't realize they were gonna go with Eastern time. So I'll post that on Instagram later.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
So you who if you had to place blame on that, who do you believe is responsible for it going down?
China.
Why do you say that?
Well, I mean, we're just regular people, and if Congress passed something bipartisan,
Yeah.
that believed that the app was a national security threat, and then the Supreme Court also decided to uphold that, there's got to be something to it.
So you believe they may genuinely be a threat?
China?
Yeah.
We've grown. You and I are around the same age.
Yeah.
Like, they're not our.
Yeah, they're not. I get that, but I don't understand how we would say.
The reason why I'm going to say this is because China has banned TikTok. Not TikTok. Facebook, Instagram, and X because of their concerns about national security. So, I mean,
I don't.
Do you want another government's platform?
Well, let me just say this. I don't believe that China banned our platforms because of national security. I believe that they don't like. China doesn't believe in free speech, so they. I don't. It doesn't matter. Huh?
Right, and so why would you want a country that is in control of all of that, in having information about American citizens?
Well, I don't think that banning TikTok will stop them from getting information about us. I mean,
I can understand it. I don't. They could have sold it if they wanted to. I mean, there was like a YouTuber, like one of the most wealthy YouTubers, Mr. Beast, offered to buy it.
Does he? I heard that yesterday. Does that dude have that much money to do that?
Yeah, that man, Mr. Beast, he has like some millions of followers. He's actually paid people's medical bills.
Yeah, but you're talking about $1 billion app. I mean, TikTok is worth billions of dollars, plural.
Well, I mean, I don't know what he does. I mean, I know my kids like him.
Yeah, I mean, but like, damn, he makes enough money to buy. I mean, I don't know how many billions, but TikTok is worth a fortune. I mean, like when Facebook went public, Zuckerberg became this gazillionaire. Like, I don't know how much TikTok is worth, but it's worth a lot of money. Like, this dude can buy that from YouTube videos.
I don't know. He's got like so many subscribers. It's ridiculous. I don't understand it. I don't get it. But you make. I know that my one child, like I'm not going to say his name, but he makes money off YouTube.
Yeah.
He gets a deposit every month. From he checked all the boxes. He did all the research. I don't. Yeah. Anyway, but he's not. But we have rules in the house. You can't use your real name and you can't show your face.
Okay. All right, fair enough. I mean, I see somebody in the comments says Mr. B cannot afford to pay $300 million. Yeah, that seemed like a lot for a YouTuber. I mean, I know the guy as well. Joe Rogan is the one I thought made the most money on YouTube, so he's not the highest paid.
I don't know. You ask the young generation. Like Mr. Beast has his own show now on Netflix. I mean, I don't know. Listen, I don't do you. You're the only person I ever really, or if I'm trying to figure out how to fix something, that's where I get to YouTube. But I don't go on YouTube for entertainment unless I'm trying to trying to relive MTV. Where they have music videos.
Yeah.
MTV doesn't play that anymore. But so I had a I'll just share this with you, which was what my video was about today, and I'll end up posting it on Instagram. But today, I was years old when I realized that Monday is the observance and celebration of Martin Luther King.
Are you serious?
And and at the same time, Donald Trump is getting inaugurated.
Yep. On MLK Day.
Two very opposite humans and ideologies.
I
We
see
have
folks
like
on TikTok actually posting pictures of Trump and Martin Luther King hugging each other, saying that Martin Luther King would be voting for Trump.
are they high?
I don't know, but I've seen plenty
Like
of people.
you've played. Okay, listen. If we're gonna talk about DEI, about diversity, equality, inclusion,
Right.
and I had a dream speech in 1963.
Mm-hmm.
That's Martin Luther King. What we're having now is trying to reverse all of that because a group of white men don't believe that, I'm just going to say it, people of color or women aren't smart enough to pass the test.
Damn.
Because they say it out loud. I mean, maybe I'll send it to you, but there was like a interview with Don Lemon with Elon Musk, and Don Lemon is asking Elon Musk, like, you've been posting all, anti-DEI, blah, blah, blah. And he said, well, yeah, because if you have to lower the standards for somebody, and I was like, wait a second. What makes you think that women and people of color can't pass the same test as a white man?
Yeah. Well, one of the things I don't like is,
well, like that. I don't like the fact that people honestly believe that affirmative action in DEI means that white men make it easier for other people because somehow we're unintelligent and we don't have the same academia or intellect as they do. And that is, I think, like one of those things that if you hear it enough, it was affirmative action, now it's DEI. If you hear it enough and they keep saying, well, they don't have the merit. They didn't pass the test.
but I've covered this on the program many times, and I really hate all of this criticism about DEI because for folks who watch me regularly, I always say that DEI has always been the American way. We were founded on DEI. We just did not call it DEI. And I always use the same example that you knew for most of America's history, the next school principal, the next police chief, the next mayor, the next Supreme Court justice, the next president. You knew that next person was going to be a white dude. It doesn't matter how skilled a black woman or a Hispanic man is. They're not going to get the job. You already knew this job, whenever this guy retires or dies or quits or gets fired, he's going to be replaced by a white dude. How is that not DEI? The only time DEI started becoming an issue is when it started working in favor of other people. But most of America's history, you knew the next person to get this job was going to be a white dude. That's DEI. That's exactly what they're saying is it ain't based on merit. It's based on gender or it's based on race or that's the American way. We were founded on that.
Right. But I also want to think, when you're listening to Elon Musk or our soon-to-be oligarchy that is going to be governing our nation, that somehow diversity, equality, inclusion is bad. Like, since when did we? I mean, you have the Ron DeSantis's and you have the Donald Trumps and the Elon whatever, trying to, they say, like I said, if you say something enough times, the public is going to believe it.
Yeah.
And somehow DEI has become this, it's kind of like, it's almost like the R word or
Well, it's definitely not a word that shows friendliness to people of color. I mean, it has an anti-people of color ring. Now they're saying this, if you don't have the merit, you shouldn't get the position if you don't pass the test. But one thing I don't like about it is for years in this country, we made it more difficult. And some might argue we still do, but I would say we used to make it more difficult for people of color and women to say, the person of color is not educated enough for this position, as if he just by natural causes did not get the same education. When he was in school, you were making sure that school did not have the supplies, or he couldn't go to certain colleges. Now that they're both adults, you want to tell this guy, well, you can't have this job because you're not as educated as him, knowing damn well the system tailored it so that that's what would happen. So,
well, and I think that's white supremacy at its finest. You know, they're saying all the stuff out loud, but in a different kind of way.
Yeah. I don't know, but to me, like I said, to me, it just looks like it's definitely one of those cases where the fix is in. I mean, you want somebody educated, but then you're going to do everything to make sure that, like this whole issue to remove or get rid of the Department of Education, we know that's going to affect some people. That's going to hurt. If they get rid of the Department of Education, there are going to be communities that are not going to do well because of that.
And it's going to be Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee, Louisiana, Kentucky, you know, all the poor red states that get, I mean, because Alabama's already the worst for education, reading, math, all that great stuff. So, you know, you know,
I hear you. I hear you.
Be careful what you wish for.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Monday, the man is in office. He's talking about going to visit the folks in California. That's a good thing, is it not?
It is a good thing. Every president should go and see people that are in trouble. That's your job because you're the president of America. Biden has done it. Obama did it. Every president prior. But Donald Trump is petty.
Well, we know that. I mean, but he might be on the cusp of being a really good president. You think there's any chance he may actually do a pretty good job?
If you're not telling the people of Florida the same thing that or the governor of Florida the same thing that you're telling the people or the governor of California, then no, I don't think you're a good president.
Wait, repeat that. You said if he's not, say it again.
If you're not expressing the same kind of rhetoric or concern as you do the governor or people of Florida, as you do the governor or people of California, then you're not a good leader.
Okay, so what you're saying is he is kind of singling out right-wing states or the people in right-wing areas and speaking to them.
Who he believes are his constituency, but he doesn't realize that there are people in California that voted for him.
Yeah, if you look at a map of the California counties, most of them are red. I mean, outside of the big cities, most of them are red.
And, you know, fire doesn't happen because of DEI.
Well, they're going to say it happened because the governor mismanaged the state and the mayor did not do a good job in reducing the fire department budget and things like that.
You and I both know as grown-ups that we have a budget. And you got to figure out where you're going to allocate your own funds into your home budget. It's the same thing with the state. You have to figure out what you only get so much money. Yeah. California has been spending so much money on climate disasters, natural disasters that.
Yeah, but I will.
And nobody in the history of history could have ever thought 4 weeks ago or even 6, because I have family that lives there and I have friends that have family that live there. Nobody could have ever seen this happen.
I don't know if that's totally true. I got 2 examples. First of all, the fire chief in LA has actual letters on file where she was complaining about the danger of reducing the fire department's budget. That's number 1. Number 2 is the insurance companies. It's pretty clear that they realized something was bad and they started booking up and getting out of there. So it does appear as if at least 2 entities knew what was going on there was not right. And the fire chief was vocal about it.
But what are you going to do? you have houses that have been built like how many decades ago that still have the wood roofs, that still have all this.
You don't cut the fire department budget. That's the first thing you do. You don't cut the budget for the fire department.
I understand that, but the great thing I will say is that Canada, Mexico, and I think Zelensky actually offered up 150 firefighters to come help.
Shit, if I'm in Ukraine, I'll gladly come fight a California fire. Shit, the option is terrible. The alternative is awful. So either you fighting the fire or you fighting the Russians.
But I mean, our allies have come to help, from the north and from the south.
Yeah.
Nobody likes to see people suffering or going through trauma. And that's where I have an issue with certain people that are governing, whether you're a senator or a representative or the president, putting ultimatums on help. You're the president of the United States of America. You're not the president of your culture.
Yeah, you talking about red state, blue state talk that Trump talks about. I got to move it on, but I agree with you 100%. You should not be treating your constituents differently based on how they voted, but we know that is what Trump does. So, Arsha, appreciate you coming on. Go ahead.
He's a petty bitch.
That's who we reelected, though. We voted for him. That's who we got.
I didn't. Some people did. I didn't. But I at the end of the day, he's still my president. I will wish nothing but the best because, I'm an American and so is he. And if he does well, we do well, right?
Yep. That's hopefully.
Depending on
it depends on how he's doing well. I mean, he could be doing well by doing the bidding for some of those billionaires that he got on his team. We ain't gonna do well on that at all. So it depends on how he's doing well.
I'm wondering which bedroom in the White House Elon's gonna be sleeping in.
I gotta go. All right, Arsha.
He's already staying at Mar-a-Lago, Tim. So he's got his Ohana unit. He's going. He's in it for the long haul. We got this.
You sure you don't realize that he's only supposed to be with the Department of Global Efficiency? Are you trying to say he's trying to get outside of that?
Elon Musk is the richest man in the world.
Yeah, that says a lot. I can see what that would make for.
And that's all you need to know.
All right. Well, we'll see real soon. Appreciate it, Arsha. Thank you. All right, moving on with the program. President Musk and VP fans while Trump golfs. No, I think it would be Trump and Musk. I think Vance is the one that may take a back seat. I think that if Vance, because he's VP, he doesn't have to really worry about challenging Trump or Elon. I mean, because the VP don't normally do that. So my guess is Vance will just sit back and chill until hopefully he can be the one to get propelled into the spotlight in 2028. I don't think he's going to be critical of Trump and probably not of Elon unless he gets permission from Trump to be critical of Elon. Because if you don't get permission from Trump and Trump starts bashing you, then Trump could make J.D. Vance go away like that. I mean, he could literally make J.D. Vance go away just like Liz Cheney or some of the other well-respected politicians on the Republican side of the aisle. If Trump starts attacking J.D. Vance days would be numbered. It ain't many Republicans, in my opinion, that could survive a serious attack from Trump. If he starts attacking you, your career is in jeopardy. And I really believe he could make J.D. Vance go away like that. So if J.D. Vance is going to be critical of anyone in the organization, he probably needs to get permission or at least authority from Trump first, because you don't want to criticize somebody that Trump likes, because then Trump may turn on you and you got a problem on your hands. Ed G says, California's budget, make sure fire hydrants work and we have enough fire trucks. Paint rainbows on fire hydrants and fire trucks. California's an LGBTQ friendly city. I'm aware that one of the was it a fire chief or something like that that was a lesbian. The right has been hammering that. It's been all over. I seen it on News Nation. Megyn Kelly went off about it and things like that. First of all, I don't know why the hell her gender needed to be known. I mean, if you are a lesbian, you don't need to be on the fire department telling people that. I mean, there is still a contingent of Americans that don't like the LGBTQ community. And if you get a position of prominence, they're gonna think that's the reason you got it. Because they're looking for reasons to come up with D. Nobody ever tells a white dude you got this job because you were white. You just don't hear that. It's always the other groups. Even though, like I just said, throughout most of America's history, most of the top jobs were given to people solely because they was white. But you only hear this shit about DEI and you only got this job because it's always somebody who is non-white that you hear they say that about. Give me a white dude that you only got this job because you're a white man. You just don't hear that, even though that's the bulk of DEI. Will G says, I'm sure TikTok was making money hand over fist 10 times more than Meta, and the government wasn't getting a cut. That's why they had to cut it until they can get control of it. Could be money related. Certainly could be. I definitely believe, as opposed to the money, the control part, I really believe. I mean, I really believe that's one of the things they definitely want is control of it. So I don't disagree with that at all. There's also you slept your way into the position. Yeah, there's some of that, but that's generally women. I mean, you don't hear that using reference to men at all either. But like I said, anytime you hear someone got into a position and it was not based on merit, whether it's like you said, they slept their way into the position, or whether they got it because they're a woman, they got it because they're gay, they got it because they're black or Hispanic or Asian. You never hear somebody say you only got the position because you're white. That you don't hear that said much. Even though, like I said, that's probably represents the largest amount of people getting positions based on a privilege of sorts. You're a white dude. And we never pointed out. But then when the other groups were, now they playing victim and now they got victim mentality. But that's the way it used to always be. We have a D student as president. That was not merit. A King, I would tell you something. If you want to go by the actual the grades that the president got while they were in school, I don't. If I'm correct, Trump didn't get really good grades in school, and neither did George W. Bush. So at the end of the day, I'm not going to hold somebody accountable for what grades they got in school 40, 50, 60 years ago. I mean, maybe you learned a whole lot since you came out of school. But if I'm correct, Trump did not get really good grades in school. In fact, he didn't even want to release his grades, just like his taxes. So you can say Biden was a D student or whatever. I mean, which one of them was an A student? Which one did get A+ grades? Will says TikTok seemed to be just like the devil's lettuce. You see, it was criminalized and not it's slowly getting legalized with the government's blessing. Yeah, it was criticized at one point. I actually do agree with what you're saying in regards to they may want it back under a situation where they can be more controlling of it. I could see that. I could really see that. I'm not going to argue that, but I'm going to argue this. But like one of my guests said, Arshafine was saying, yeah, it's possible that there could be some national security interest with having a Chinese control app in this country. But I'm more willing to side with Will G that it's about control because there's a whole lot of other Chinese control shit in this country. We're not getting rid of all of that. I mean, all of the, you think about all of the times you dial a call center and it goes to another country. We've all dialed the call center and the person that answered the phone could barely speak English. Yet you're talking to them about your light bill, your gas bill, your credit cards. They're getting all of that information. Nobody seems to give a damn about that. Whether they're in India, whether they're in the Philippines, I mean, they're in other countries. They getting access to all your stuff. So I don't see why all of a sudden China's getting singled out on this, because we do a lot of business with China. I mean, you're buying products online with them. You're giving them your credit card. You're giving them your address. They're getting a ton of information anyway, TikTok or not. You're not going to get rid of the Chinese ability to get a bunch of information on Americans by getting rid of TikTok. They're everywhere. They live here. They can go on any other social media platform and get into the live streams and forums and things like that and get the information they need. I just don't see how getting rid of TikTok is going to do anything like that. I like Chinese food, says Florida Blondie. I love Chinese food. Shrimp fried rice, shrimp and lobster sauce, beef and broccoli, pepper steak. I'm a big fan of Chinese food. Love it. But I will tell you this. The way we eat Chinese food in this country ain't the way they eat it over there. So you love Chinese food, but chances are if you went to China, you would be like, this ain't the shit I'm used to eating. More vegetables, less rice, less meat. I mean, it ain't gonna be as good. Just like when I went to Mexico, I had to get we take the cruises and you go to some of the ports. I think I was in Cozumel. We went to a Mexican restaurant, talking to the tour guide, and he said that Taco Bell was in like 30 some odd countries. He's like, we don't have any of them in Mexico. He said that stuff is an insult. We don't even make hard shell tacos. He claims that hard shell tacos was some shit that Americans made up so they can hold a taco right. So if you go to another country, the food you like here may be totally different when you go there where they really serving it. Their tacos are made completely different in Mexico. And Chris says, damn it, boy, now I'm hungry. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, yeah, if you go to China, my guess is the Chinese food is gonna be totally different than you get it here. Because we eat bad, but the food is delicious. That's one of the first things for somebody like myself who moved overseas. One of the first things you miss when you leave America is the food. You really miss the food because as bad as our food is, it's fucking delicious. It's delicious. Taco Bell dominates the taco empire area. It does it in Mexico. Like I said, we had one of them here and we closed it down. We kicked them out of there with that shit. Like we don't do that. Just watch your salt intake. That's the killer. Well, salt one way, sugar the other way. I mean, both of them can take you out. You either gonna get high blood pressure or diabetes. I mean, they both can do that. That's why we have an obesity problem. Yeah, yeah. Well, isn't RFK going to save us from that? Here I come to save the day. Isn't RFK going to? I'm hearing that. I'm Bill O'Reilly, one of the guys I talk about all the time. He's one huge Trump supporter. He says he does not believe RFK is going to get certified. You guys think RFK is going to make it? He claims that RFK has said so many crazy things throughout the past that he's probably not going to get certified. Now, I'll say this, when it comes to the Republicans right now, at least, Trump is kind of it. If Trump says this guy needs to be in, I don't think it really matters what he said in the past. Because, you look at what some of the other folks they're bringing up. I mean, if Pete Hegseth did all the things they said he did, the right doesn't care about any of that stuff. I don't even think there's a lot of people on the right that didn't even care about some of the things that Matt Gaetz has allegedly did. So, Coaster says you think RFK will make it. Here's my issue on RFK though. Even if he does make it, I don't know how valid or how effective. That's the word I'm looking for. I don't know how effective he'll be because he's talking about getting bad ingredients out of foods and things like that in an environment that is promoting smaller government, less regulations, and getting rid of three-letter organizations. What RFK is promoting, you need more of that stuff. You need government to have more power so they can tell companies what you can and can't put in food. You need more regulations. I mean, so RFK, for him to do what he wants to do, he kind of needs to be in a democratic environment because Democrats are in favor of giving the government power to make decisions for the little man. The Republicans are in favor of letting the free market decide. If if they're putting bad ingredients in your food, let the free market decide. People will just stop buying the food. That's how they tend to believe. If a company's doing wrong, the free market will weed them out. People will just stop being one of their consumers. So that ain't gonna work for what RFK is promising. So my guess is if RFK is able to get the position, he ain't gonna be that effective. He's not gonna be able to get most of the stuff he's talking about done. Because you start talking about taking sugar out of foods, or as one of my viewers were talking about sodium, some of the things that make the food taste good, makes the food somewhat addictive. You start taking that shit out, you're gonna have a whole lot of lobbyists telling the Trump administration, we're gonna start taking our money out. You're hurting our business. We used to have customers addicted to this shit. Now they barely even want to take a spoonful of it. You need to get rid of this dude. He's costing us a bunch of business. So my guess is RFK is only going to be of limited effect. I mean, because these people like money. These people like money. And you're talking Kellogg's and these different companies that are doing this shit. You know, you want to take the salt out of Doritos and make them taste like, tortillas that are flat? No, you want that cheese and all that sodium and shit in there. So if you start doing that, well, then maybe we need to start lobbying to some Democrats. They weren't doing this to our product. We actually were selling shit with the Democrats. You done brought this wild card in here, and suddenly our food don't taste any good anymore. So my guess is they'll flip that from RFK real quick. I don't think he's going to be that effective. Looking in the comments, we already make healthy food for other countries. Well, other countries are not as focused on the almighty dollar as America is. America is, far more vested into chasing money. We'll put money over the quality of life, the quality of health, safety, all of that. We focus on money. Some of them other countries, they put some of that other shit higher up on the scale. So he might be able to do what he wants to do in Europe, but not in America. I don't think so. Doctors performing gastric bypasses are making a fortune in our country. Yeah. Yeah. And so all of a sudden, RFK comes along and people are suddenly being healthier. They don't need gastric. He would hurt the Ozempic industry, or what do they call those things now? Because there's a bunch of them. Mounjaro, I forget what they call those type of drugs, but he would hurt all of that stuff. He would hurt all of that stuff. And people making a killing. They ain't gonna, RFK gotta go. He may end up having an earache like Trump did in Pennsylvania. You gotta go. You costing people billions. This man gotta go. I mean, look how long it took to ban BVO in drinks. It was banned everywhere but America. Yeah, like I said, RFK keeps talking that shit. He may have an earache. I want to make sure I didn't miss a comment. Those weight loss shots are a killer. Don't do it. My doctor advised me to do it, and I had told my doctor right after the Christmas, Thanksgiving, because it was back in October or something. She recommended it to me. And I said, right after the Thanksgiving and Christmas holiday, I may do it because I want to be able to eat over the holidays. I don't want to have to, because, it affects your eating and things like that. Now, I'm afraid of taking drugs. I don't even fuck around with marijuana. I've never tried it, never tried alcohol. I don't do drugs. I mean, like I said, even things that people do every day, I don't do. But there are a lot of people that have taken these drugs successfully. The Mounjaros, the Ozempics, and all. I mean, there's a lot of people that have taken them. Prominent, wealthy people, the Oprahs. Who else is taking it? I'm trying to think of some of the other. I mean, certainly people well-known people that have taken these drugs, and they seem to be doing okay. So you're saying don't do it, and you're saying that it's unhealthy. And I do understand what you're saying, King. You says don't do it, you will have to take it for the rest of your life. And that's my concern, is that most of the artificial ways of losing weight, and when I say artificial, I mean, as opposed to working out and just eating healthy. most of the artificial ways of losing weight only work while you are continuing that artificial way of losing weight. The minute you stop doing that, you often gain the weight back and some. And I'm certainly not a fan of the invasive sleeves and gastric bypass. I'm not big enough to qualify for those anyway, but those I'm not a fan of because those can kill you. Those can kill you. People do die from those. The gastric bypasses and the sleeves. Those I'm really not a fan of. But the Ozempic types that I can see, and that's not to say they ain't hiding a bunch of shit, because you know they don't want to fuck their money up. They may be hiding complications and deaths that may be part of the drug, but that I can see it's not really. There's not a lot of people having really bad side effects from it. I mean, people were buying that shit right and left. I mean, it almost looks like a miracle drug. Too much humans, the billionaire Don, want to starve to death. Well, Don, I don't know if I quite get. You're talking about Trump wanting to starve people. I don't get what you're saying there. RFK needs some major big congestion. Well, like I said, I think the only reason RFK is on the Trump administration is because he brought votes over, and Trump is kind of doing that as a way to reward him. I think Trump wants to reward him, but in terms of what RFK really wants to do, it ain't gonna happen. You're not gonna fuck up all those people's money. I mean, you're going after a bunch of different companies rather. When you start taking these unhealthy ingredients out of foods and things like that, not only the people who produce the ingredients, but the companies that use it and sell, because you're going to start altering the taste of the food, altering how it affects us, maybe makes us want more. You know, like Pringles, you can't eat just one. All of a sudden, now I don't mind having but two and I'm good. Well, you think the people at Pringles are going to like that? We went from Pringles, you can't pop, but you can't stop at one. Now all of a sudden, now the guy eats three of them and he puts it away. I mean, well, Pringles don't have a problem with that. So yeah, my guess is RFK is only going to be able to do so much. You say he's a good dude, says Kosher. All right, well maybe you can be a good dude, but if you're starting to mess with people's money, they don't care if you're a good dude or not. That ain't gonna fly. And if he's talking about doing that stuff, he's going to run into a whole lot of problems when he's hurting people's money. Just stop eating with no regard to the effect bad food has on your body. Well, we all know it's bad, but just like we all know cigarettes are bad, but it creates a craving in you that makes you want to keep going. I mean, people who do drugs know that drugs are bad, but it creates a craving. And when you satisfy that craving, you feel good. So it ain't as easy as just saying, I don't want to do it no more. I mean, I hear what you said, but it ain't that easy. If it was that easy, everybody would be doing it. It ain't that easy. And then you combine that with the fact that America has become very automated. So we don't get a lot of exercise on I actually do walk about 3 or 4 miles a day because of my employment, but most places you're sitting down all damn day. And that doesn't help either. They are the bad side effects. I nearly went blind because of the injection. I am 3 surgeries in to research. So you had one of these Mounjaro or Ozempic type drugs, and you nearly went blind from it? I'd like to hear more about that. Wow. Damn, you're the first I've heard say something like that. Just go get your big ass on the treadmill. Treadmill don't work, Gen X. It doesn't. I mean, I could show you photos. I used to be, about 10 years ago, I was still 6'6", 300 pounds, but I was very muscular back then. I'm trying to see if I find a photo of it, but I was very muscular back then. Still ate really bad. And I worked out a lot. Working out a lot. There's a photo of me right there on the screen behind you. That was in 2011 or something like that. I was benching probably 350, somewhere around that 350 or so. I mean, I was big. I mean, I had, I don't know, something in the upper teens if I had measured my bicep and tricep. I was big. But I still had a gut, because I still ate, I still like to eat. So yeah, just simply working out ain't gonna make you lose weight. In fact, if you want to lose weight, get out the gym. It's the food. Most people who lose a decent amount of weight don't do it from exercise. They do it from controlling their food intake. I think I've heard stories that suggest that your weight 80% of weight loss is food. 20% comes from exercising. But we tend to when we want to lose weight, the first thing we say is let's go and work out. But no, if you want to lose weight, it's how you eat. It ain't the movement as much as the eating. It's the eating. And that's very hard not to do. I mean, I when I was working out, I enjoyed doing that. I woke up like, man, I can't wait to get to the gym and shit like that. This is right when I came back from Australia, so I still had money from my businesses coming from over there. I wasn't working yet here, working on my master's degree, so I had a lot of time on my hand. I could go in the gym and spend 4 or 5 hours a day and just pump iron. But even still, I might leave the gym and go to Taco Bell or Burger King or some shit like that. So you gotta control the intake. Working out ain't gonna do it. It's the intake. I drink lots of water, Florida Blondie. I did drink a lot of water, but I ate fattening foods. I ate a lot of fattening foods. You look like Rick Rude or you look like Hulk Hogan. You should have been a wrestler. Well, wrestling ain't got nothing to do with necessarily size. It's the skill. You got to get on the mat and know, wrestling is like a physical game of chess. If I do this, he gonna do that. If I do this, so you can be big. You can be big and not know how to use what you got. Is what I'm saying. Because I'm 6'6" and I'm not good at basketball, and I played a lot of it as a kid. I was not good at it. So wrestling is more about knowing what you're doing than the size of it. Um, Christ shadow work therapy heals imbalances weight. Christ shadow work therapy. I've never heard of that. Heals and balances weight. Then why haven't I heard about it? If it's that good, it should be a lot of people talking about it. Now muscle burns calories even while you sleep. That's why basketball players get fat as shit when they retire, but football players tend to lose weight. Hmm. Let me read that again. Muscle burns calories even while you sleep. That's true. That's why basketball players get fat when they. I don't know. It's still. I hear what you're saying, but I still believe, based on my own research, losing weight is more controlled by what you eat as opposed to being in the gym. If you're just a regular person that goes for walks and eats healthy, you're not gonna be muscular. You just go for walks, and because that's how I lost most of my weight. Before I started pumping iron, I lost a lot of weight by just going on walks. And when I was living in Australia, because their food is better for you, I started naturally losing weight. Just going on walks, going on bike rides. I wasn't getting big, muscular, so I didn't have a whole lot of muscle, but I started losing weight because I wasn't eating as bad. They don't serve you the portions they do over here. They don't give you unlimited colas and shit like they do over here. So I think it's the food. I mean, the muscle don't hurt, but I think it's the food. What you are eating plays a much bigger effect than what you are doing in the gym. Um, Walking is definitely the best. Yeah, I walk about 3 miles a day for work, and then sometimes I'll come off work and I've even done some lives. I've done some 2 3 hour lives while walking. When I used to only be on TikTok, I used to do lives walking. You could have been the handsome version of Mark Henry. Can't win them all there, Ed. Can't win them all. So, folks, I guess I've probably rambled on enough. We've lost TikTok. Somebody said they read that it'll be up by Tuesday. I'm not going to pass that on until we see it. I want to hear from Trump. Trump is now officially the man. This time tomorrow night, it'll be the day he becomes president. He becomes president on Monday. So Biden got 24 more hours. Do you think he's going to pardon? Do you think he's going to put some more pardons in there? MAGA reacts. There is a way to request. Somebody, Gen X was telling me earlier. I got to figure out how to request MAGA reacts in the comments. I see you there. I still got to figure out how to do it. I'm learning Instagram in real time. I appreciate you folks that are here on Instagram because that is where we're going to be in terms of callers coming in, at least until I figure out some other apps for now. But I don't think anybody's concerned with Instagram. So for callers coming in, Instagram might be the place to be because I think that MAGA is okay with Instagram as well. That it's not Chinese because MAGA is not a big fan of TikTok. They never was when Trump started talking about getting rid of it. Now he's talking about bringing it back, but old habits die hard. So TikTok might be the place we end up for. Instagram might be the place we end up for callers until TikTok comes back. And if Instagram does well enough, it'll probably be one of the places I permanently keep for calls. Now, like I said, I don't normally solicit for a lot of us, people, to support the program or whatever, but buying phones does cost money. So I do appreciate some of you folks that do support the program because you are what makes it happen. I got 4 different devices. That's 4 phone contracts to make this happen because I don't just do them here where I got Wi-Fi. I do them in a car, so I need, obviously I need mobile connections and shit like that. Doesn't cost a lot, but it does cost something. So I do appreciate some of you folks that do support the program. And if I end up keeping Instagram live with TikTok, if it comes back, I'll need another device for that. Tim, so ignoring me. First, what you're not being ignored. I'm learning how to use all of this shit. So understand that I'm learning how to use Instagram as well. Nobody's been ignored. First watch. I think you know me well enough to know from being on the program many a times. We don't ignore any damn body. People get on the program and call me all kinds of fucking names, insult me, criticize me, whatever. We don't ignore people. That's unless you're just using that for some kind of reverse psychology or something. But I don't ignore callers. In the comments, lean muscle mass is like money in the bank. Trying to maintain weight through cardio is a grind, but losing weight through lifting is much more manageable. But yeah, controlling caloric intake is the key. Yeah. The problem with like what I was doing when I was looking like that is I don't have the time to do that now. Unless I just got rid of I would have to get off social media because I do, you're doing your 40 hours a week at work. I got other family obligations that I have to do. And then, like, when I was looking like that, I didn't have a 9 to 5. I was still dealing with my residual income from overseas and things like that. So I had a lot of time. So I could go to the gym and do 4 hours and think nothing of it. I don't have the time to do that now. That takes a lot. So getting like, and plus I'm older now, I was probably late 30s, mid 30s in that picture there. So, nowadays you do that shit, you get tendonitis and all of that stuff in all your joints. I wouldn't be able to do that again. I don't think I would be able to get like that again. You go in there, you just work out to look good. But when I was going in there then, the goal was lift as much as you can. And if you can't lift this much, you keep working out until you can. And then when you can, you go up. Like I said, I was getting close to 400 pounds, getting close to being able to bench press 400 pounds. I wouldn't even attempt to do that now. That ain't even a goal. I don't even want to get to the point where I can, throw up 400 pounds. Shit starts hurting and aching and, and joints and shit. I ain't trying to do it. Remember, Tim always says it's free speech. We don't block, ban. No, we don't. We don't block, ban, or censor anybody here. You can ridicule the host. I like this. You remember everything I said. I really like that. Here, let me read it entirely. Remember, Tim always says it's free speech. We don't block, ban, or censor anybody. You can ridicule the host in yours truly. That's how it works. And remember, as he always used to say, follow the damn program. I like it. I say it enough that it sticks like that. I do say that all the time. Yes, we don't block, ban, or censor anybody. You can be critical of anybody on the program up to and including the host. That is how free speech works. Thank you. I like that. That says that dark Dark Ghost Rider. That was funny. Man, you got more excuses not to make change, and your political stances are quite similar, says Birdman. I don't have excuses. What? Excuses how? I talked about everything from Mozambique to taking walks. I just don't want to get back to the point where I'm bench pressing 400 pounds again. What excuses are you hearing there? What is that? Who said that? Birdman. Yeah, what excuses are you hearing? I kind of gave you my entire spiel. I think you might be at the point where you're hearing what you want to hear, maybe. I don't know. I can't control that, but I didn't give you any excuses. You hearing shit. Remember you black. Don't forget that. Yeah, I can't forget that I'm black. But I like being black. It's okay. There's times it's worked out for me, actually. Like when I went to Australia, for instance. There's times it works out for you. This is where I came for my fake news, says Norm Durkin. All right, well, I appreciate you here for the fake news. TikTok is out, so you can't go there right now, but we'll keep it. We'll keep it moving. You should have boxed. You would have been a problem. Black. What is the last name? Klitschko, whatever. Well, yeah, maybe I wouldn't have been opposed to. I wouldn't have been opposed to a little bit of sparring. Well, I don't like TikTok anyway, says Paul. They're too damn strict when you tell it like it is. At the same time, people that got platforms can say whatever the hell they want to and not get suspended. I wish I was that person. My numbers on TikTok dropped dramatically because I still kept saying words like rape and kill and Hitler. I mean, if that's what's going on, I'm gonna say it. And yeah. So you say that the host can't. No, it was getting me. It was definitely getting. In fact, I did a video recently on YouTube, about the mustache because I had to say the mustache man because when I said his actual name, YouTube banned me. I talked about the fact that Barack Obama and Trump were seen yucking it up is the phrase I use. You seen them at the Jimmy Carter's funeral and they're laughing with each other and shit like that. And a lot of folks on the right said that shows that when Barack Obama was calling Trump Adolf and all that, he's full of shit. That you sitting here laughing it up with this guy, and you gonna be calling this guy fascist and all of this stuff. And folks are saying that shows that Barack Obama was full of shit for saying that stuff. And I on my video I stated that they're claiming that Barack Obama is full of shit because he is yucking it up with Trump after saying all this stuff. But Mike Pence also stated that Trump told him, I wish I had, or no, he said, I need to have generals just like Adolf had. And J.D. Vance also said that Trump is Hitler-like. J.D. Vance referred to Trump as America's Hitler at one point. So in my video, I stated, you can't attack Obama because you're claiming that he said all this about Trump, and yet he's sitting there laughing with the dude when both of Trump's vice presidential picks also compared him to Adolf. Both of them did. So if you're going to point it out on Obama, then you got to point it out on Vance and Mike Pence too. Because people made songs about J.D. Vance when he said it because he's on video saying it. So, yeah, all of a sudden, well, Obama's hanging around him. It shows Obama was on bullshit. Well, then it shows J.D. Vance was on some bullshit too. Hella people made a livelihood off TikTok. Yeah, I agree with that. Not being able to say certain words shouldn't stop you excelling like so many others. Now, you still can make, you can still excel on TikTok without being able to say certain words. Because I didn't do that bad, and I wasn't even soliciting donations. But I still developed a decent following. I mean, I don't get a lot of cash. I get more supporters from YouTube. I don't get a lot of donors from TikTok, but I still consider it a success because I get a lot of followers. And yeah, you're right. You can tiptoe around their little words and still have a pretty successful program. And also keep in mind, everybody that does well on TikTok are not involved in controversial conversations. As I stated earlier, some chicks are just showing you cleavage and titties all day, and they do very well. Some people got dance platforms. They're just dancing the songs and they do very well. I mean, so there's a lot of other ways to make money on. In fact, it wasn't even designed for the political stuff. It was more designed for the kids dancing and stuff. And then the adults got in there and was able to twist it into other forms. So those folks are losing money too. And those are the ones that are making big money. You know, people who got 1 million or 2 or 3 million followers on TikTok. They're the ones that's really going to be losing some money. People playing music. You know, there were people playing instruments. People get on there and DJ. I got 3 or 4 DJs I regularly listen to that, you know, get on there and DJ, and people are donating the money. All of them people losing money. They are losing it. This country was founded by merit and never DEI. That's bullshit. How can you say you're founded on merit if a woman can't do anything, any professional position? I mean, she can't serve in combat. She can't be a manager. She can't be a doctor. That's not founded on merit. Now I got to restart Instagram again because it's timing out. I don't know. What is the time you get to do an Instagram live? Is it a half hour? Because they're about to time me out again. It's in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Instagram just dropped. I don't know how long you get on Instagram. It times it out after a certain period of time. So I got to figure that out as well. But the idea that America was not founded on, the idea that this country was founded by merit and never DEI, that's flat out false. First of all, if, let's say, for instance, you're white. I'm assuming the person that's saying that is probably a white person. But let's just say you are. I don't know if you are or not, but let's say you're white. If you can go to a college and I cannot go to that same college, and the country is founded on merit, how can I ever get the same merit as you if I'm not entitled to the same education as you? So all of a sudden, you're able to go out and get the required education for said position. And then when I apply, they tell me it's founded on merit. You got to have this on your resume, knowing damn well that there's no way I can get it on my resume. They won't let me get that education. That's DEI. How could you say, how could you ever say it's not founded on that? If, perfect example, Trump went to the Wharton School of Finance. I don't know what year Trump graduated from the Wharton School of Finance, but I can tell you this, even without knowing, his whole graduating class was white men. I don't even need to look at it. I can tell you for certain. Looking at Trump's age, the whole graduating class was white men. There were no women in that class. There were no Hispanics in that class. There were nothing but white men in his graduating class. And chances are, when he tried to get into the school, they were only accepting white men. So he comes out and he wants to get involved in some type of project. Maybe he wants to buy a building or something, or he wants to get into some other kind of financial project. How can the other people compete when he's had these huge advantages? It ain't just about merit. So, yeah, the idea that DEI, a country wasn't founded on DEI is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. You think a black person or a woman could have ran against George Washington when he wanted to get reelected, or ran against, Thomas Jefferson? Nobody else but a white person could have gotten that gig. That's crazy to make a suggestion like that. Switch Instagram to creator for up to 4 hours live. Now, that's good information, Ed. Let me see if I can look into that. How do you do that, though? That's really good information. Let me discard that. Switch Instagram live to creator. Now I need to know how to do that. Okay, I see you're a racist, says Randy. Look, I'm not, look, like I said, I'm all for criticism. I'm all for being corrected. I will concede a point anytime it is presented. So I'll let you answer that. If you're suggesting that you can see I'm racist, tell me what I'm saying to indicate that. Tell me, because what is racism to you? Tell me what am I saying to indicate that maybe I think black people are supreme, or that I don't like whites, or whatever group you're suggesting I'm racist towards. Give me your spiel on why you saying that. And then we'll go ahead and tackle it. That came from Randy. Let me know and then I'll tackle it. Why not blame your ancestors for shipping you over here? It- okay, first of all, Randy, if I sell you my kid, yeah, I'm wrong as hell for selling you my kid. But I sold you my kid, not his whole fucking family tree. So 100 years later, you still got members of my family enslaved. And you want to blame me for all of that? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding? I sold you one dude. I didn't sell you a family tree. You took that one dude and treated him like a chill pet and forced him to breed, which is rape. You did all of that. What are you talking about? But you want to go back and, well, that one dude is just as guilty as all of us. No, he's not. No, he's not. And I will also tell you this, because this happened under George Bush. He passed a law that if you go to another country and you abuse a child while you're in that country, you can be held accountable when you get back to America. I think everybody favors that. If you go, because a lot of Americans want, these folks who like to abuse kids would go to Cambodia somewhere, and some mother would sell them their kid and they would go and have their fun with the kid, and then they come back to America. Well, Bush made it illegal to go abroad and do that. Now you can be held accountable in the United States when you get back. The point I'm making is this. It doesn't matter that the mom sold you the kid. You know it's wrong to buy it. So bringing up that somebody sold a person into slavery does not excuse you from buying them. You know it's wrong to buy another person. You know you would not want what you are doing to that person to be done to your wife or your daughter. You know it's wrong. So bringing up that you bought it from somebody don't mean a damn thing. If I go to the kennel and buy a dog, do that mean I can come home and beat the shit out of it? It got nothing to do with that. So, I mean, like I said, I get that you're trying to, well, I guess have somebody else share into how bad it looks. But fact is, you went over, you buy one person, now you don't been 100 years later, you're still enslaving people off of that one person you bought. I mean, it's like for the weed smokers, like how much before you finally put this thing out? There's nothing left in there. It's down to a roach, and you still trying to find something to smoke off of it. 100 years later, 200 years later, you still are breeding off of that. But you want to blame the person who sold this person to you back in 1600s, huh? All right. Cheese fries says ceasefire. I can't believe he brought that up. It was funny. But looking in the camera, what else? I mean, I can't believe he brought it up. I'm actually reading Bill O'Reilly's book right now. Killing, what is it? Not killing, it's Killing series, but this one's called Confronting the Presidents. Something I didn't know. Maybe some of you guys knew, but I didn't know Thomas Jefferson, our second president, one of our founding fathers. He had like 6 kids with one of his slaves, and he didn't take credit for any of them. And of course, in school, they really didn't teach that. I didn't know that. I mean, a lot of the founding fathers had owned slaves or whatever, but he had like 6 kids with this person, and didn't take credit for any of them. Didn't leave them any inheritance behind or anything. And he's considered one of the founding fathers of this country that we really love. And he did that. He actually did that. I forgot the name of the person though. It's, what is the name there? Is Ahmed. Like I said, I don't block, ban, or censor, but when you start typing the N word, I'm gonna have to block you if you're doing it, because you'll trigger the damn app. So try to avoid that Ahmed or whatever the case may be. I see Tanya Neal sees it as well. Yeah. I mean, he just typed the N word, nothing else with it, just the N word. I just want to show you I'm racist. I got nothing to do. It's late at night, and I want to show you I'm a racist. I'm gonna type this in. Avoid it. I don't want to block, ban, or censor, but I have to do that if you're doing that. Hang on. We're telling more. Oh, I see that on Instagram. It's often based on race, usually conquered people. Yeah, like I said though, but bringing up the fact that the folks were sold into slavery to me is irrelevant when you don't took the person and made 200 slaves off of the one person you bought. I mean, because people always say that, well, why we only fault whites for what they did, and we don't fault blacks for selling them into slavery. And that's what I always say. You took and enslaved their whole family tree. So this guy sells you one person, and you enslave hundreds of people from that one person, and you're saying, well, why aren't we treated equally? I mean, just think about it. Big difference. Yeah, Sally Hemings is who that was. Benny Negro. She was his wife's half. I don't know what the relation she was to his wife, but she was 14, by the way, too. Thomas Jefferson started hitting that when it was 14 years old, which is another thing I often bring up is that when we talk about slavery, one of the things we never cover is the rapes. I mean, there's a lot of that involved. I say this all the time. Anytime, it doesn't matter what color or culture we're talking about. It ain't just white people. It could be anybody. Anytime anytime a group of men are able to act with zero accountability, rape is kind of just part of what's going to come along with it. I mean, that's you get a bunch of soldiers that don't conquer the village, and nobody's there to control. They gonna do things to the women, and that's what happened during slavery. Is that you can purchase people, and there's nobody gonna hold you accountable for what you do to these people. You gonna definitely have people sexually violating folks. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if some of the slave owners were gay and you don't know about it. I mean, you can do anything you want on your plantation. Nobody's going to say anything. I mean, you can do whatever you want. So, guaranteed that was happening like crazy back then. And that's something you don't really hear discussed. But yeah, the rapes had to be. I mean, just breeding alone is rape. It ain't like the woman gets a chance to say no. Hey Tim, did you watch? Did you watch the Congress meeting? It was no, well, certainly not today. I watched a lot of football. The Lions, for instance. What meeting are you talking about? Oh, for sure, our presidents were men as well. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That during that era, you can only assume how many women got violated. And like I said, with Sally Hemings, with Thomas Jefferson, that girl was only 14 years old when he started hitting that. So, they weren't waiting till these chicks were 18. I mean, she's out in the field all day. She's fit, from exercising constantly. So they got great bodies and all that, and your woman is aging just like you are. So dudes gonna be hitting those women. Them slaves are definitely getting it. Why does no one talk about slavery still in some African countries today? We do not care. We don't care about Africans, period. Rick Atkins, you said, why does no one talk about slavery still in some African countries today? Do we not care? We don't care about famine. We don't care about civil conflict. If you don't have resources for us to exploit, we don't care about what's going on in your country. No, we don't care. So that's the answer. You are correct. No, we don't care about it. McGruff, you're complaining about DEI for blacks, but not Latinos. Fuck out of here, son. You need DEI. Your logic sucks. I see you in there, Benny. Is the new Black Lives MAGA? I don't know, because like I said, Snoop Dogg is performing apparently for Trump. Rick Ross, he's got Nelly. Not Kelly Clarkson. Carrie Underwood is performing, but that's not a huge surprise. But getting Snoop Dogg, who there's a video of Snoop Dogg saying "fuck you" or something like that to Trump. If I'm correct, I think I remember seeing that. Let me see if I can find it. So to hear him doing that is a big surprise. That's a big surprise. I don't know if has Trump paid him a bunch of money or something like that. Because this is a clip of Snoop Dogg. It's only a minute long. And it's gonna be a quick commercial in this. I knew that. This one is from 6 years
Okay,
ago.
guys, so get this. By now, we all know Snoop Dogg doesn't play when it comes to Donald Trump. During a recent interview with DJ Sus on Sirius XM, the DOGG momentarily lost his cool when the subject of politics came up.
I think it's safe to say most people in our culture do not.
Well,
rock
you need
with
to
Donald
know
Trump.
that. You need to know that a lot of your fans is racist. Ain't no
See,
fucking way around. Don't even try to put no
I don't even
cut.
wanna put anything around it
I
yet.
do. I don't give a fuck. I
Yeah.
tell them straight up, motherfucker. If you like that nigga, you motherfucking racist. Fuck you and fuck him. Now what?
All right.
You draw the line, nigga. He drew the lines.
Exactly.
He drew the motherfucking lines. Before him, there were no lines. Everybody was everybody. We respected everything. We didn't trip. But nigga, when you drew the line, nigga, start pointing motherfuckers out and saying, nigga, fuck y'all then,
All
nigga.
right. I
that's
gotta
how
stop
you
it
in
because
there.
I didn't know he was gonna use it. He's talking about Trump, by the way. He is talking about Trump, but I didn't know he was gonna say that many N-words in there, so I gotta stop it. But he's performing, he is performing for Trump. That looks bad. It just looks bad. But he is performing for President Trump. This video here is from 6 years ago. I'm sure that he said so many N-words is probably going to affect my monetization of the video. I had to stop it. I mean, he was going off, but I agree with you. Shoot, money talks. But here's the thing, though. I don't know how many millions Snoop is worth. It's got to be well over 100 million. You don't need the money. So the overwhelming majority of Snoop Dogg's base is black. I would have to hear the figure. And I guess, look, if you're going to perform for 10 minutes and the guy's going to give you $10 million or something like that, I can't hate you for doing it, but you don't need the money. And for somebody like Snoop Dogg, performing for Trump is something that could bite him for the rest of his career. I mean, that's going, that's what the African American community with Trump is not like the Hispanic community. The African American community is not like Trump. Yes, I get that he did better this time than he did in 2020 and 2016. He got a few more, but it's still very low. The Hispanic, the black community rather, is not big fans of Trump. And Snoop Dogg is highly respected in the black community. I'm just thinking, like, even if you did make a few million, you know what? There's a saying, all money ain't good money. I mean, Kanye West has not rebounded. And by the way, he also is performing for Trump at that inauguration on Monday. Kanye West has never rebounded from what he did. And Steve Harvey, for a minute, was starting to talk to Trump. He realized what was happening. He got away from him. Lil Wayne, who's also fairly respected in the black community, most of his base is black, or his consumers of his music is black. He got a pardon from Trump, and he got away from him. He hung around Trump just long enough to get a pardon because he was facing felon in possession charges, which would have guaranteed came with some prison time because he's already served time. So he hung around Trump long enough to get what he needed to get, and then he got the fuck away from him. I'm really surprised that Snoop Dogg would do this. And Rick Ross too, because they got ongoing. Now Nelly, he's done shit with Florida, Georgia Line and shit. Like Nelly has got he does have more of a mixture, and he doesn't put out. He's not really in the scene as much as Snoop and Ross. I'm really surprised that Snoop would do this. Like I said, there's a saying that all money ain't good money. And it really surprised me that Snoop would do something like that. Go listen to Tom McDonald. I've listened to Tom, actually talked to Los Alexander. I used to talk to him on TikTok. He's the one that actually made the song, Fuck Joe Biden, that song he's the one that actually made it. I've talked to him a few times on TikTok. And he was trying to get with Tom Arnold, and Tom Arnold is higher up than Los Alexander, and he was like, he won't talk to me, because I told him, you should reach out to him. He's like, I've been reaching out to him. He's like, he won't talk to me. But he did get flown down to Mar-a-Lago, and he met Trump and all of that. But I've listened to Tom McDonald. I've listened to him before. Snoop tried on Tupac. You don't think he'll do something like that? Yeah, I'm surprised that Snoop would do that. I'm really surprised. They'll do something strange for a little bit of change, says Shoot to. Yeah, strange for what does it say? Do something strange for some change, do something funny for some money. Yeah. Really surprised. Snoop got way more than enough money. He don't need to do that. He does not need to do that. All money ain't good money. I really stand by that. Can't wait till I start my podcast. I'm going to expose the reality, and I'm not some little kid. What is the reality there, Rick Atkins? I like to know. Maybe not all blacks are Democrats, and you dissing them. No, I'm not. I'm not. How did I diss them? I said the majority of the black community does not like Trump. That ain't dissing them. That's an actual fact. Trump didn't come remotely close to getting 50% of the black vote. He didn't get close to getting 30% of the black vote. The black community is not big fans of Trump. That's not me dissing anybody. That's just an actual fact. You said maybe, and you said maybe not all blacks are Democrats. Yeah, I 100% agree with that. But majority of African Americans would not vote for Trump. I mean, it is what it is. You want to call them stupid, you want to say they're brainwashed by the media, whatever you want to fill in the blank and say as a reason why, we can debate that. But the numbers speak for themselves. He didn't come close to getting the majority of the black vote. I mean, the numbers don't lie. It ain't got nothing to do with politics. It ain't got nothing to do with opinion. The numbers on paper show that Trump did not get anywhere near a majority of the black votes. The rich look down on the poor. It's not about race. Racism was less in the 1990s. You mean during the crime bill? You mean during Biden's crime bill? Race was less in the 1990s. I don't know about that. I don't know. I think today in 2024, as we speak, 25 right now, we're speaking right now, this is the best it's ever been. You would ask me in 2024, I would have told you then, this is the best it has ever been. I don't even want to go back to yesterday. Every day, I believe things get slightly better. Which is why you hear a lot of people of color being critical of the phrase "Make America Great Again," because people of color don't want to go back to. I don't want to go back to yesterday. I certainly don't want to go back to the 50s or 60s. I don't even want to go back to fucking yesterday. I want to keep going forward. So you say the 90s were less racist than it is today. I would disagree with that. And I'll tell you why. Because the African American community, if you place them on a graph in terms of percentage of African Americans that have a high school diploma, or percentage of African Americans that have a college education, or percentage of African Americans that vote, percentage of African Americans that are millionaires or billionaires, or whatever. It keeps going up. And if you compare those percentages in 2025 to the 1990s, there were less of all of those groups in the 1990s. Less blacks voted, less blacks had a high school diploma, less blacks had a college degree, less blacks were millionaires. In the 80s or even less, in the 70s or even less, in the 60s. So I don't. When you say you think it's less now than it was, you think it's more racism now than it was in the 1990s. I'd rather stay where we're at now, because I do believe you're getting closer and closer and closer to equality or something resembling it as the years go on. Looking in the comments though, I like how you foster open dialogue on your show. Keep it up, brother. Benny Negro from Queens. Thank you. Appreciate the support. Yeah, we do. And I take criticism from both sides because of it. I don't mind. I get it. If I favor something Trump does, like if he brings back TikTok, I'm gonna be singing the praises of that. If he helps out the people in California, I'm gonna be singing the praises of that. I'm gonna probably take flack from liberals, but it is what it is. Just like if he goes out to California and he doesn't do shit but criticize liberals and call everybody lunatics and libtards or whatever he calls them, then I'm gonna criticize him. And I'll take flack from MAGA. It happens like that. But I believe in free speech and being able to be critical of both sides. We have paid such a heavy price, bro. Yeah. I don't disagree with that. There will be more to pay, but what did Martin Luther King say? The arc of the universe is long, but it bends toward justice. So it takes time because there's going to be a lot of resistance. Perfect example. How long have African Americans been fighting to make sure they get a fair shake when dealing with police? And anytime you hear of a police mistreating somebody of color, there's a large group of people that start coming up with reasons why the person of color deserve what happened to them. It takes time. It takes time. So, but we are working in that direction. I'm not going to pretend like it's the 1950s. Gains have been made. Thanks for always being an honest man, says keep them accountable. I love the name. I wish my baby mama would agree about the honest part, though. But I thank you. I appreciate your compliment. Yep, TikTok is ending definitely a publicity stunt. All performative bullshit, just like always. Yikes. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. A lot of us didn't vote for either one. If you're not bringing up tangibles, then us black folks are holding our vote. Yeah, I believe that. But the problem with the African American community is they don't vote in too many of it, even when people are doing shit for them. I know plenty of African Americans that didn't vote for Obama. And I'm not here to say Obama was the best thing since sliced bread, but you kind of you gotta have a legitimate reason why you wouldn't vote for the first person that looked like you out of 40-something dudes. And there's plenty of folks that if they were forced to vote, they would have voted for him. But lazy, lack of education, no motivation, they did not go out and vote. Did not go out and vote. So, and I believe, I know I would get a lot of pushback from the right on this, but I believe America was, I wish America was a compulsory voting country, meaning that during a national election, you have to respond, like the selective service used to be. You don't have to vote for any damn body. You have to respond though. So if you don't like Biden, you don't like Trump, you can check present. I'm just checking my ballot as present to let you know here's my response. I don't like any of these dudes, but by law I have to respond, so I'm checking present. But everyone, as a civil requirement, I believe should have to respond to the election. The Republicans obviously would push back on this because higher turnout usually is not favorable to the Republican Party. But when I lived in Australia, they had that compulsory vote. I think you could get fined or something like that, but if you don't respond, you can get in trouble for it. You don't have to vote for anybody on the ballot. You just have to they have to know that you responded. I wish America would do that. I really do. Because there are too many people that don't vote. Not allowed to vote. Found contempt of court, and in my state, I can't vote. Well, that's different, and some of that needs to be It needs to be thought about too. Like in regards to the felonies preventing people from voting forever. I know some people are gonna say I'm crying victimhood on this, but some of that I believe was due to racism. I do believe because you get a lot of black people caught in the system, and the goal was to make once you get caught in the system and you become a felon, you can never vote for the rest of your life. I do believe a lot of that was based on racism. To me, once a citizen has paid their debt to society, they're no longer incarcerated. They're a free man. They've paid. Leave them the fuck alone. Why keep holding shit over their head trying to make their lives miserable if you claim the goal is for them to become a productive citizen? Quit putting hurdles in their face. Let them vote. Under most circumstances, after eventually give them the right to protect their family again. I mean, people lose their gun rights forever too. A lot of jobs and industries they can never work in again. I mean, at some point, if the goal is for this person to get their lives back on track, leave them the fuck alone. Leave them alone. Why do you keep you want this person back in jail? You don't want them to get their life straight. And I can go into a whole spiel about for-profit prisons. And I do believe the goal in America is for people that are in the system to remain in the system because people profit off of incarceration. So that's just my own spiel. That's a different show, different topic. I think if you did your first time and paid your debt to society, then you should be able to vote. Yeah, I mean, if I passed bad checks when I was 18, did 6 months in jail or whatever. It was a C grade felony or some low level felony. I don't done my 6 months behind bars or whatever. Paid restitution back to whoever I'd robbed or whatever. Why are you stopping me from voting? What does that got to do with any of that? Why am I being prevented from? That's an agenda. That's what I'm talking about. That's some racism or whatever it is. But it's an agenda. What the hell does that got to do with this dude voting for the rest of his life? In some cases, that's an agenda. There's more to that than that. I agree about for-profit jails. It's evil. Yeah, This is why I'm also often critical. Because we voted for Trump, remember, because he runs the country. We need a businessman, and he would run the country like a business. A lot of people like that. This is why I'm such a opponent against running the country like a business. Because you get shit like that. For-profit prisons. Everything does not need to be done on a for-profit basis. And that's how businesses are ran. Businesses operate on for-profit. You don't want certain industries to be for-profit because you're either going to have corruption like that or you're going to get systems that poor people can't get access to, like healthcare, for instance. If I'm running a business and you don't have enough money to pay for my good or service, then I don't have the time of day for you. I don't have any. You walk into an Ace Hardware, if you can't afford nothing in there, they don't really need you in there. I don't even want you coming here asking to use the bathroom. You can't afford nothing in here. I don't really want you in my store. They don't have the time of day. So if you got for-profit, or better yet, a government that's ran like a business, you're going to have whole areas of government that are almost off limits to poor people. Do you want the schools to be that way? You want public school to be, ran like a business? Well, then you know what's going to happen in poor communities. They're not going to have access to books, decent teachers, laptops, computers. All of that stuff's going to be off limits. I mean, they may have the football team may be walking around with towels on them for pads because they can't afford uniforms. I mean, it's just, you can't run a country like a business. That doesn't work in a civilized society. I just don't favor it at all. Facts, man, a lot of trades aren't going to care about your background as long as you have the credentials, long as it's nothing to create. True, and I'll give you something that maybe some of you've heard, maybe others have not. The wildfires that are taking place in California, I heard that 30%, as much as 30% of the firefighters are inmates. Inmates. They're letting people out of prison temporarily, like not even a work release, kind of like you seen Shawshank where they get to go on the roof and tar the roof, but they're still in jail. As much as 30% of the folks putting out the fires in California are inmates, and they pay them like $5 a day to do that. And they actually had proposed giving them a slight increase, and they voted against it, against increasing their pay from $5 a day. Now, just like with Morgan Freeman in Shawshank, even though it equates to slave labor, the prisoners want to do it because it gives them time outside of the walls. So you got slaves that are happy to work for the master. I don't even know if my principal would, listen, not only are you getting paid like shit, you could die doing this. $5 a day they making. $5 a day. I know there's things that need to be taken into play, but these people are risking their lives. They should get paid more than that. I mean, I don't care if it's they owe restitution, child support, maybe they owe civil, cases to their victims. Usually it's restitution. You rob somebody and scare the shit out of them or whatever. You owe restitution for the money you took, or maybe you owe restitution for the mental anguish or whatever. You owe court costs. Pay that off. If you don't want to give that inmate a bunch of money, While he's out there doing that shit, at least minimum wage, and it can go to some of that shit. Because once he does get out of prison, he's going to be straddled down with all of these restitution, child support, and all these huge debts that the minimum wage job he's getting cannot handle these huge garnishments that's coming out of it. So if he's willing to risk his life, there's nothing more patriotic than that. He's willing to die for, willing to put his life on the line for the state. I mean, look out for the guy. That to me, that's crazy. $5 a day. I don't know if I could do it. I don't think I could do it, even if it did mean going outside and getting some fresh air. I don't think I could do it. Or I would go outside and just hold that motherfucking hose in my hand and not really do any real work. That's crazy. $5 a day to risk your life. McGruff, then the public school system would crumble if you did that. But you knew that. Or what did he say? I'm curious to see. I didn't see what McGruff said up above. Says the tax that goes into every kid every year would put any kid in the best schools. Parents should be given the money to give to the school of their choice. Yeah, I don't look. If I'm trying to see how that would work. If okay, you wanna give. How do they? That's like the voucher program or something, isn't it? Is it not called something like that? I'd have to think more about it. My guess is it probably would not be good, but I can't make the argument right now. But I've heard people talk about voucher programs as well. I don't think I would favor it, but I'll leave it at that. I can't make a decent argument on it right now. I'd have to think about it a little bit more. Resolution is ready to introduce to get rid of OSHA. Jesus Christ. Office of Safety and Health. They want to get rid of OSHA? Yeah, ain't nothing likely to go wrong with that at all. Remember the train in Palestine, Ohio that went off the rails and they had a major disaster in Palestine, Ohio. They blamed Biden and Buttigieg for not going there or whatever. Many suggested that was due to lack of regulation. Got this long ass train over a mile long, and they don't reduce the requirement of how many men engineers need to be on board. So you got this long train with only one or two people on, and boom, a disaster happens. Getting rid of OSHA, man, that would be bad. I'm sure bad. Just like they target the EPA. The Trump administration is not big fans of the Environmental Protection Agency either. My guess is a lot of things would go wrong. Those groups did not. I get there's some government waste. I get that there's sometimes too much oversight or bureaucracy in them. I can understand why people have an issue with them. But those groups did not come out of nowhere. They came because people were abusing the environment, abusing certain species. Like, if you get rid of the EPA, if I'm a fisherman and I catch fish to make money, I'm gonna take every fish out of the river I can get because I get money off of each one I can sell to my customers. If you don't have an EPA that steps in and says you can only take so many of these motherfuckers before they can't breed again, you need to stop at a certain number. You get rid of that group that's telling the fishermen that species is going to go extinct. You need the EPA for certain things in life because, like I said, everybody's chasing the almighty dollar. They're going to, if I can make money off of selling bald eagles that have been to the taxidermy, they've stuffed bald eagles, I'm gonna pop every single one I see. Before you know it, you may stop seeing our nation's bird. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that if you don't have the EPA around, this is what people chasing the almighty dollar will do. You start seeing, animals disappear because people were killing them for the ivory. So getting rid of the EPA is going to cause problems. I'm pretty sure it would. I mean, why would I spend a ton of money to dump my business waste in proper ways if I could just take it to some low-income neighborhood and dump it off in the alley and it only cost me $50 to do it? If the EPA is not there to find me and prevent me from ruining the environment, I'm just going to dump this shit in some alley. Without the EPA, businesses are not going to do what's right. Those three-letter organizations did not come in a vacuum. They were formed because people were doing bad shit. OSHA, all of them, all of those letter FDA. If you didn't have the Food and Drug Administration, people would be selling you snake oil, telling you it's healthy, selling you shit that had dangerous ingredients in it. They wouldn't care. You need all of those organizations. I was in jail. They wanted me to work in the kitchen. No, said, Timothy Lee, you said you was in jail. They want you to work. Can you actually be incarcerated and not work at all? I've heard they punish you if you don't have some kind of job. Can you just say, look, I just want to, stay in my cell. Some places you can buy the little clear TVs or buy a transistor radio and a few books. All I want to do is go to the gym, go to chow, and spend my time in my cell. I'm not here to work for free for you. Can you even get away with doing that? Will they let you do that? Steel mills were dumping in our rivers and lakes for decades. Yeah, they were. And you need not only do you need the EPA, but then of course they got to enforce the shit though. So you need the Environmental Protection Agency, but you also need them to enforce it. Trump and the wealthy could care less about all these kids. They are worried about their own and not mixing in with the poor. Damn. So you're saying that Trump, MAGA, is in favor of, say, segregation? Is that what you're saying? That MAGA would be in favor of segregating schools and stuff like that again? Dale, it's true. His nominations are a joke, and he's went from no wars to trying to take Greenland and Canada. He did make an about face on that. One of his biggest campaign promises is, under me, we had no new wars, and we're going to take care of Americans first. We're not going to send money overseas. We're going to get out of overseas conflicts. He has made an about face on that. I don't think that can be denied. He is now, as opposed to getting out of overseas conflicts and focusing on Americans, he's making it sound like he's trying to expand the United States. He has changed on that. There's no denying that. He has changed on that, which is why some voters are speaking out. They're like, you didn't talk about taking over the Panama Canal and shit when we voted for you. You weren't talking about this stuff in Greenland. Now all of a sudden you win and you're talking about stuff you wasn't talking about no more. Every school program is designed to create the workforce, not an entrepreneur or philanthropist. We know not rich people take different courses. That is true. That is true. They don't teach you about finance and none of that stuff in schools. How to manage a checkbook, how to, they don't teach you about interest rates of any significance. That is true. That, certainly in inner city school programs and things like that, they're teaching you how to join the workforce. I believe that. I actually do agree with that. So many things that would be valuable lessons, they don't promote it in schools. And certainly interest rates and the importance of having a good credit score, all of that. Yeah, they don't teach you that stuff. So I agree with that. What's up, cuz? Talk that Crip shit. Mark, oh my God. Shoot. Then I came with the insult. What does that say? I tried to be nice by saying he was cool first. I don't know what are you guys talking about there? You guys are talking amongst each other. All right, fair enough. Real quick in the comments here. Experience, qualifications, and skills in the same type of word is competence, expertise, proficiency, capability, accomplishments, know-how, background, credentials, and I like it. And mastery where picks. Well, I like all of that, but I do agree with Will, though. There's certain lessons that would make a person more financially. It would help us. It would help you more. It would make you more financially advantageous if they would teach you more, like stock market class. Teach kids how to invest. All of that stuff, they don't talk about that in school. That's we can learn about the traits and all of that stuff, but teach people the value of having a retirement plan, the value of having good credit, the value of all of this. Yeah, it does not get taught in inner city schools. Now where I went, it didn't. They taught it when I went to school, says Walter. They didn't teach it when I went to school. Greenland and Panama. What does that have to do with lowering the price of eggs? Nothing that I can tell. Nothing at all. I don't know what I do on my Instagram. Let's see something here. What's going on with that? What the hell did I click on? Are you there? Okay, I tried to bring somebody up, and I got a ring. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. What brought you on?
This is Mario Reacts.
Oh, what's up? What's up? Good to have you on, man. Appreciate you coming.
Yeah, thanks. Took me forever. I created an account, and it wouldn't let me create an account until I updated the app. Apparently, my app was out of date. And then even then, it wouldn't let me request stuff because my account was new. So I had to hack my my old friend's business account. His business went out, but his business went out of business, and I hacked his old Instagram because I used to help him out with it.
Well, I'm glad you came through, MAGA. So is Trump gonna save TikTok?
I think so. I don't see why he wouldn't. I mean, I think he's just going to force them to sell, but he'll give them many more days to do it, even though they had all the time in the world.
Well, how can he force them to sell, though? I don't know if he can actually do that.
Well, because otherwise they're going to be banned. It's not even him. The law forces them to sell.
Yeah, well, yeah, he definitely. Well, you know, with so many Americans that are losing sources of income, is it possible that maybe he might try to bring it back just to help out all the Americans that are losing money?
He doesn't see it that way. He doesn't really know that TikTok. To him, TikTok is just that video. I mean, that video thing where people get on there and do dance videos. He doesn't see it as where people make their living. He doesn't know about the talking. Hell, I didn't even know Instagram had this talking feature.
I didn't know it either. Another one of my MAGA viewers, Gen X, told me that. I just found out tonight myself. He was the one that told me. But
yeah, it sucks. It's got requirements, so new accounts can't just talk to you.
You said what?
Like, people can't just make an account and talk to you. They have to make an account. I read it has to be 30 days old before they could talk to you. I don't know if that's for going live or just talking or what. Also, not letting me use my fucking headset for some reason. I'm talking to you directly from the phone.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you come across loud and clear, though, just like on TikTok, though. But the difference is I don't get the video. Like, I don't see any video feed from you at all. But the viewers...
I turned off the video.
Huh?
That's me. I turned off the video.
Okay. Well, even if it's on, I don't get it. The viewers, however, can see you and I. That's what I was told.
Well, they got a glimpse of me for a second.
Okay.
I try to be private.
All right, nothing wrong with that.
So the reason I jumped on here, that example you gave earlier about white people being hired, being DEI, that doesn't work.
Tell me why.
You know that, right?
Explain it. Correct me. Tell me why.
Okay, say me and you are going for the same job, right? Mm-hmm. And there is no DEI. That means I have to beat 100% of the people out there, right? Because there's no DEI, just the best person gets the job. So I have to beat everybody.
No, I don't think you heard what I said. I said DEI was the American way. You are right now a white guy. Right now what you're saying is true. What I'm saying, though, for the first 200 plus years of American history, if you wanted to apply for a job, I had zero chance of getting that job over you. So go ahead. What you saying?
True.
Right.
That's true.
So we were founded on DEI.
It's not. You know why it's not DEI?
Why?
Because I still had to beat 73% of the country is white, and I want to say 13% is black. Is what I just Googled. So even if the guy is racist and only hired white people,
right?
I still have to. I'm not really white, but I still would have to beat 73% of the population to get the job.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is you still
hired black people. You only have to beat 12% of the people.
Yeah, but I mean, but the point I'm making is still you are getting advantages solely for being white. Like we could say Kamala Harris. People say she's a DEI hire. Maybe Biden was considering some other black woman for the job, and she had to beat that person. So your argument could apply to her as well, but it's still DEI.
No, because again, it goes down to the percentage of the total amount of people.
It ain't got nothing to do with percentage. Just you getting something solely based on the color of your skin. It ain't got nothing to do with percentages. If I'm
No, but the
if Biden,
reason.
hold on. If Biden says the next person I hire for the Supreme Court is going to be a black woman, and he's picking between 5 or 6 different black women, and the one he picks is the highest qualified black woman, does she get to say I'm not a DEI hire because I had to compete with a bunch of other black women?
No, listen. The reason MAGA or whatever most people don't like the DEI thing is because you're getting rid of like by getting rid of all white people, you're getting rid of 73% of the people applying for the job. So the people remaining, whatever race they are, they only have to beat the remaining like 30%.
That ain't.
So
But
you want the
DEI is
best out of
not
the best,
DE.
or you want the best out of like 30%
Yeah,
of the country.
but the DEI is not based on percentages. It's based on you're not hiring the best person for the job. It's not 70%. No, and then you got this job solely because of your gender or solely because of your race or the fact, but
Yes.
70 and the percentages don't
But if
factor
the
into it.
population or the people applying for I'm giving the percentage based on population, but if you're eliminating 73% of the people applying for the vote, assuming it's like it's a ratio the same as the population, if you're eliminating all the white people, you're eliminating 73% of the applicants. So the remaining people only have to be better than like 12 or 30%, depending on how many people you're eliminating.
Yeah, but even that is not genuine because you're talking about 73% of the population is white. A lot of that has to do with the fact that white people eliminated a lot of those other populations, like Native Americans. There's a lot less of them because of white people did, or educated black people. There's a lot less of them because of what white people did. So even the 73% hierarchy you giving white people, that was artificially created by white people. There would be a lot more educated black people or a lot more Native Americans around to choose from if they hadn't eliminated all of them.
I understand, and I'm not arguing against that, but the reality of the current situation is when you do stuff like DEI or whatever it was called before, affirmative action, you're just eliminating a lot of good candidates, or they could be bad.
And America was founded.
A lot of candidates,
right, and just like I told you about the Native America was founded on eliminating good candidates. That's what we've been doing from day one. How many good black folks were in the military that did not get promotions or medals or anything because they were black? So I can't make you a general. We were founded on doing the stuff you're talking about. The only difference is now it's being done against whites and they don't like it. But we've always done this stuff. I don't care how great you were in the military. You're not going to become a general. You're just not. We don't give it out to black people. You can't become one. Then you don't see the similarities?
No, I mean, I agree with you. You're right on that part.
Yeah.
That's racism. That's just straight up racism. But if you really want the best of the best, DEI is the reason people don't like it. Is DEI eliminates like a good portion of the population. So how are you going to say the remaining population is the best?
You're not in it to hire a certain percentage. You're in it to hire the best person for the job. I don't care if there's only 1% of Asians. If that person makes the best doctor, you don't say, well, whites are 70. No, you want to get the best person. And what I'm saying is the way our country was founded, we did not seek the best person. We sought the white person.
But you're more likely to get the best person when you're trying to pick them out of the bigger pool of people.
But that pool would not be the bigger pool if it didn't eliminate other people from other pools.
I understand, but that's not the current situation. You got 1,000 people applying for the job, and only like 12 of them are black, and the other, the other 990 are whatever white. What are the odds the best person is going to be, one of the 12 black people and not the other 900 people?
I hear what you're saying, but the reason why I'm pushing back on this so hard is you can't go around and eliminate this other population by thousands of people and then say, well, since we're the biggest population now, I don't think you don't get any credit for being the largest population if you deliberately did things to make yourself the largest population.
I understand, but we shouldn't eliminate anybody is what I'm saying, especially when jobs like doctor or fireman or the chief of the fire thing. And the only reason I don't like that chief of the fire, the the chief fire person in LA, is her salary $750,000.
Damn.
Did you see that? And then everybody else, everywhere else is like in the 200s, and she's making 750.
Well,
grand.
yeah, but how many fire personnel is under her? I mean, that is the second largest fire department in the country. So she's not
like
gonna. Huh?
Even if it's the largest, the rest of the number two after her is 220,000.
Where's that at?
I don't remember. I could look it up.
There's two things you got to factor. There's two things you got to factor in. First of all, she is managing a much larger fire department than virtually anywhere else. But the second thing is the cost of living in her area is much higher too. You can't pay a fire chief in Southern California $200 and some $1,000 and expect to get a good fire chief. Why would I stay in California at $200,000 when I can go make $200,000 in Kansas somewhere and buy a damn mansion with it? I mean, you would not be able to hire anybody.
The rest of the country still has very expensive and big places. That's like saying if she made 750 grand and the guy that's taking care of all of New York makes 200 grand, and they're just as big and they have just as much taxes, and New York is probably more expensive than California in certain situations. Yet the guy in New York is still making 220. She's making a lot more than the rest of the country. Like,
yeah. I'd have to look into it more. I mean, I'd have to look into it more, and also have to be sure that they actually. I mean, because I know there's a hit job on people in California right now by the right. So I got to make sure everything I hear is right, because I've been talking about on my show how I got a MAGA viewer that we talk off screen sometimes, and she sent me clips claiming that illegal immigrants set every fire in California, and I'm like, what? So some of the stuff people were saying about these folks in California is not necessarily true. She also sent me a clip talking about Portland sent 300 fire trucks to help California put out their fires, and they were denied entry because they didn't pass the smog inspection. That stuff is not true.
Yeah.
So I'd have to see if that 700,000 salary you're talking about doesn't consist of retirement plan and health care. I'd have to see how they getting that number.
Yeah, I'm not gonna tell you like I got all the details on that one, but I did see the same. I saw the same chart on like 10 different places.
Yeah, I'd have to see because
on CNN and a bunch of places.
Yeah, I'd have to see because we know right now there's a lot of hatred towards what's going on in California. So people are making up stuff.
Oh, never mind. There's a website called salary.com that has it at 855. But I don't know how legit that website is.
Damn.
You could just find the image.
And I see in the comments.
If that number is real, I don't care how big her fire department is. That salary is way too big.
Yeah, if she's making 4 times the salary of anybody else doing it around America, then yeah, that's worthy of discussion. I get your point. Then I would agree with you.
And I agree with you. I don't have this 100% fact checked. I'll double check all the numbers and get back to you tomorrow. But and then some other comment she made was like, don't you want the people arresting you to be the same race?
Yeah, that didn't go. Yeah, that was bad. That was a bad comment. I saw that. That to me, that is a racist comment, because if a white sheriff said that, don't you want the people protecting you to look like you, that would be considered racist. I don't have any defense for that.
Yeah, like I don't want any of the stuff to involve doctors or. I mean, that's our whole argument against DEI. It just, especially when it comes to a job like firemen and doctors.
But that's how, and once again, though, that's how it got founded. Is you had white people saying exactly that. Don't you want white people patrolling our neighborhoods and certain? I mean, that's literally that's how it got founded. Is white people saying exactly what she used to say or what she said.
I agree with you. It was used in racist ways, and it's probably still used in racist ways. But just because people use it in racist ways doesn't make it false, even though they're using it the wrong way. I mean, the best of the best could have been black, and they could still, racism could have stopped them from getting hired.
Yeah, you get no disagreement from me. I'm just simply saying people act like DEI is this awful thing they've never heard of before, and I'm like, yeah, you didn't hear it because they were doing it and they just didn't call it DEI, but they were picking white people solely based on the fact that they were white and or a male. They were doing the same thing you're claiming that Kamala Harris or some of these black people got. They picked them because they're white dudes. That was happening from day one.
Like, so in either way, it's just racism. And when it comes to Harris, I really didn't see her as qualified. I know the left thinks she's super qualified.
I think she's qualified. I definitely think she was qualified.
Like, I do a lot of car racing, and there's a lot of cars that look good on paper because they got a lot of horsepower and they're light and all that shit, and then you go race them and you lose every time because either a bad driver or just the car just sucks, because even though it's got all these great numbers, when you actually go to drive it, it's got a bad transmission or some other shit that the specs don't tell you. Harris is like that. She looks good on paper. She looks like Obama on paper, but she's no fucking Obama.
Yeah. Well, even on actually, Kamala Harris on paper was more qualified than Obama, because Obama went from community organizer to senator for a couple years, and then boom, he became a president. Kamala Harris, if you look at her resume, it literally shows a stepping stone right to that position: senator, VP. Now she's running for president after it being deeply involved in California politics. To me, Trump was not qualified. What makes hold on. Trump was not qualified. That doesn't mean he can't do the job. The example I often give is you got some people who go to school to be an actor and they're struggling to find any roles. And you got somebody else who a director may have just discovered off the street, and they are an instant natural, and they're in all kinds of top A-list movies. Sometimes you just got it. And Trump is somebody who just has it in terms of being able to relate to people and get people behind him, shaking hands and kissing babies. He's a natural at it. So
it's also a popularity contest. In the end of the day, it's just a popularity contest.
Exactly.
A popular guy.
Exactly my point.
He was never popular, and all of a sudden you're saying she's the most popular person ever.
Yeah. But on paper, Kamala Harris was definitely qualified.
But also, in this election, he's the most qualified because he had 4 years as president. That's what made him more qualified.
Bro, shit, if you're gonna go by if you're gonna go by him having 4 years as president, then Joe Biden got a ridiculous amount of time in politics. And you didn't think he was qualified?
No, of course. But Joe Biden had other problems. On top of his record, but his age, his age, just his brain. He had a brain aneurysm 2 years ago, or 4 years ago.
So if we were looking at 2008 Joe Biden when he was running as VP behind Obama, you think he was more qualified than Trump then, before he had any Sleepy Joe issues?
If he ran in 2016, you mean?
2008, 2016, yeah.
I think he would have won in 2016. I was all for him. I thought he should have been the choice. I would have, if I was still a Democrat, I would have voted for him in 2016.
Wow. Okay.
I was wondering why he didn't. But I didn't know anything about him too, though. But once I got to know him way later. So yeah.
But think about what you just said. You didn't know anything about him. That's the point I often make on Kamala Harris when people say that she didn't do shit and the vice president ain't known to do much. You're admitting that when Joe Biden was vice president behind Obama for 8 years, and you didn't know much about him. Just like Mike Pence. Ain't nobody bragging about what Mike Pence did as VP. They don't do much.
No, but Biden did a lot of shit in the media with Obama. So just the coattails of Obama would have helped him a lot. I remember him racing Corvettes. I remember him doing a lot of cool stuff. So he had a little bit of Obama nostalgia. Plus, he could have rode the Obama wave right into the White House.
Well, it helps also that Biden had been in politics at the national level about 30 years before he ran behind Obama. I mean, he already was exceptionally well known. In fact, I think when he leaves tomorrow, he will have served in Washington, I think, longer than anybody. I think he got 50 years in Washington.
Yeah. I'm with you.
Yeah.
And then the mystery of Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg hated Trump. There was a video of him shooting a Trump lookalike in the head. It was a music video he did. I think that's what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
And then one day he just got on Instagram. He's like, I'm cool with Trump. He never did anything bad to me. And I don't know if he just woke up one day and realized
He ain't,
that
he ain't
he's
wake up. He ain't fucking wake up. Somebody done made a call and made a deal with him, just like Lil Wayne. All of us. Well, Wayne needed a pardon, so we know why Lil Wayne did it. Some Snoop Dogg was getting something out of that. He ain't just wake up all of a sudden and start dealing with Trump, knowing that his fan base hates Trump. Somebody done made a deal with him somewhere to get him to do that.
He does do a lot of business overseas with like
Yeah.
Dubai and the Saudis and shit.
Exactly, and that's what happened. Somebody got to him some other kind of way. But I gotta move on, man.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Oh, Lil Wayne like loves the police and shit. He's pretty right wing. If you actually like, you remember like when he was young, he got shot and the police saved his life.
I've heard the story. Yeah, I've heard the story, but I don't see him as right wing because the right wing don't like him. So if he right wing, he crazy because the right wing.
I mean, I love Lil Wayne, so I
You
don't
know what I mean, though. A black dude wearing his pants around his ass with tattoos all over his face and making music like that, the right wing ain't liking him. He ain't Kid Rock.
Again, this generation grew up on hip hop, so I want to.
You ain't selling me that on no Lil Wayne. You ain't not selling me that MAGA grew up on hip hop. So no, I ain't buying that. Not Lil Wayne. Maybe Nelly, but not Lil Wayne. No.
All of them, like Lil Wayne, Nelly, we all grew up on hip hop.
All right.
Like, I did not hear any like rock music or anything until I was like 28.
All I hear from the right is how bad, these kids need to pull their pants up. They need to stop committing crimes. And Lil Wayne just got caught before Trump pardoned him, felon in possession with a gun. He wears his pants around his ass. He do all the things the right complain about. You telling me they like him?
Didn't he go to jail and serve his time, though? So did he pardon a new crime or pardon his old crime?
He went to jail, served his time, and got out and committed another one. That's what Trump pardoned him for.
I guess it never was on the news for me.
Yeah. I got to go.
It wasn't in my bubble.
All right, I got to go.
Take care, man.
Appreciate it. You too. Have a good one. All right, thanks for coming through, MAGA. Thanks for coming through, MAGA Reacts. And once again, the damn Instagram is about to time out. Somebody told me if you change it to creator, I got to figure out how do you change TikTok to creator so it stops timing my lives out. I'll figure it out between now and the next 24 hours. Real quick before I move on, we will be unbidened by what has been done January 20th. You're not going to be unbidened from all of it, but he is going to make the attempt as he takes the reins on Monday morning. MAGA ain't shit. You know what we always say? That's what that is Will G's calling card. MAGA ain't shit. Anytime I see a super chat that features the words ain't shit, that is what you will hear. So Will G says MAGA ain't shit. He follows up by saying white people been benefiting from racism to this day. They speak code to keep the best people white. I'd be curious to know what the code is, but I don't think it's deniable that whites have benefited from racism to this day. I mean, there's still a lot of farms and things like that are still in white families that they got when they were chopping up and dividing land in this country that only white people had access to. So if any white person that still has stuff from back in the day like that, yeah, you got a privilege that nobody else had. When they were, everything from the gold rush to William and Clark, when they were going across the country taking land, only person could get it was a white person. So if any of that land is still in anybody's family, or if anybody is still living off the inheritance that maybe came from selling that land, yeah, you got a huge advantage that nobody else in the country had access to. And it might be dating back to that era. So, I mean, let's say, for instance, your grandfather owned 10 slaves or whatever, and then once he had to get rid of it gave that family generational wealth. And maybe that generational wealth is still somehow carrying on to you today. Then, yeah, you're benefiting from it. So the idea that nobody benefits from it is not true. They went from slavery to prison industrial complex. Yeah, and yeah, prison, it went from slavery, once the slaves got free, they basically started making up all kinds of bullshit laws like loitering and things like that. If you did not have a job as a freed black man, they could arrest you, I think for loitering or something like that. And they would put you in jail, and they allowed the farmers who lost their slaves, because blacks are free now, to make deals with the jail system to take people out of jail and make them work. So essentially, it was a backdoor way to continue slavery. And that went on for years. That went on for a while. So, and I see in the comments, Rick Atkins says, and it was the Democrats that it was Democrats that segregated. Yeah, the Democrats were certainly orchestrating that stuff. The Democrats, what people tell you all the time, Democrats are the party of slavery, the Republicans were the party of abolition. What they don't tell you is there's a difference between conservative and liberal. When the Democrats were the Democrat party of slavery, they were called conservatives. When the Republicans were abolitionists, they were called liberal. They were called progressives. The Republicans were called progressive. Think about it. If you are a conservative, you want generally to have a traditional America, the way the founding fathers intended. You don't really want change and evolution. That's what the liberals and the progressives tend to do. They're always pushing the envelope. The conservatives, the traditionalists, want to keep things the way the founding fathers intended. That's why you hear them talk about the Constitution all the time. They want to keep things free and slavery. Free and slaves is definitely a progressive idea. The founding fathers were obviously in favor of slavery. So free and slaves was not traditional, it was progressive. And that's what they don't tell you, is that the Republican Party that freed the slaves were also called progressives, and the Democrats were called conservatives. There's a video I often play on the program where Martin Luther King is talking about that. They ask him, do you fear, because Martin Luther King was a Republican, and they asked Martin Luther King, do you fear the Republican Party's about to become a white man's party? And he says, yes, if more progressives in the party, in the Republican Party, if more progressives in the party don't stand up, yes, I do fear that we could become a white man's party. Obviously, there's no progressives in the Republican Party anymore. So that also talks about that whole party switch that supposedly never happened. It happened. It happened. Kamala needs to go to work. Glory holes. Damn. At 60? We are all missing out on her skill set. So Phil says Kamala Harris needs to go work the glory holes. You know what? Stick a dick in the wall or whatever. She's 60. How many 60-year-olds working glory holes? Where do you get your head from? I know you're trying to insult Kamala Harris, but you're suggesting a 60-year-old worker glory. Where are you getting head from, dude? 60? Really? My God. What are you dealing with? Gilfs? Not MILFs. Gilfs? And I see Rob Mack says your mom. Well, my mom's been dead for a couple years, so if you're getting head from her, it's all teeth. So if you like that, then that's something different. But my mom's been dead for a couple years, so you get nothing but teeth. Look at in the comments. Hey, Philip, I feel you there. I know she has some good techniques with those beautiful hands and those beautiful nails. Well, I'll say this. Double standards are real, because it's crazy how we talk about Kamala Harris and Willie Brown when Melania Trump is online naked. Naked. So she's selling her body for money. You got proof of it. Naked. We talk about Kamala Harris got what she got because of Willie Brown and all that. You don't think Melania Trump did the same thing? You don't think she with Trump because of what she was doing in bed and shit? You think Trump would have put her where she's at if she wasn't doing all the same shit? You think he just fell in love with her naturally? They met at Starbucks and had a good conversation. Maybe went to the bookstore and started talking about books and had a really... You think that's what happened? I mean, she essentially is Stormy Daniels. They got to hang around. So it's funny that we bring up Kamala Harris and all of this shit. Melania Trump's the same shit, but worse. Melania Trump is worse because you got photos of it. Except she married Trump, has kids with him, and been with him long enough. She didn't marry Mr. Brown. Yeah, and as I said, I mean, the only difference is she stayed around. That don't make it any better though. Okay. Richard Gere married Julia Roberts, I suppose, at the end of Pretty Woman. That don't mean she wasn't a hoe because he decided to go ahead and make her his own. You can turn a hoe into a housewife, is what you're trying to say, is it not? She still was a hoe. Because he married her and had kids with her. Okay, he married a hoe. All right, fair enough. He married her and had kids with her. And I'll tell you this. What is her name? Melania Trump. She was being interviewed by Barbara Walters, and she was asked, "How did you meet Trump?" And she admitted he was on a date with another chick, snuck away from that chick, and asked her for her phone number. She said she was reluctant to give it to him, but she did give it to him. So he's a hoe too. And you want to bring up, like I said, we can talk about Kamala Harris if it makes you happy, but if her competition is Trump, there's not a leg to stand on. It would be different if Kamala Harris was running against Ron DeSantis or somebody, or, Jeb Bush. I think the argument would be better. But you bringing up Kamala Harris and Willie Brown when Trump got all that shit in his past, it's crazy. It's kind of laughable because, it's like, the kettle calling the pot a home in southern Los Angeles somewhere. I mean, it's the same shit. I think she was dating Mr. Brown, and it was just a benefit of dating him, career opportunity. I mean, it could be. We could say the same thing about Melania Trump, though. She was dating Trump, and a whole bunch of benefits came out of it. But also, I will say this: the Willie Brown thing is questionable at best because most of Kamala Harris's career came from elected positions that Willie Brown had no control over. I mean, she was an attorney general, she was a district attorney, she was a U.S. senator, she was a vice president. She didn't fuck Joe Biden to become vice president. Willie Brown had nothing to do with that. She continued getting promoted over and over again. Now, let's say Willie Brown helped get her into the position of district attorney, whatever low level it was, but let's say he got her that. Okay, once she became a district attorney, he doesn't control making her an attorney general or U.S. senator or vice president. She still has to be continuing to excel at those positions to keep getting promotions. You can only take Willie Brown so far. So even if what you're saying about Willie Brown is true, which I'm totally sure it's not, it only goes so far. You can't bring up something somebody did that long ago, multiple positions back. She's excelling in the federal government now. She's well outside of the state of California now. She's a senator. She's a VP. She's running for president. Willie Brown ain't got nothing to do with any of that shit. How did Biden become president then? How did Biden become president? America's dislike for Trump. A lot of it was that, because I do believe that Trump on paper deserved a second term. If you look at how the country, other than the pandemic, he sucked on the pandemic. Sound like Joe Pesci, he fuck you in the drive-thru, but he sucked on the pandemic. But other than the pandemic, I think that some say he inherited a good economy from Obama, whatever. Fair enough, but he continued to steer the ship on its path. He was doing all right. I think on paper he deserved a second term, but he was a shitty human being, and a lot of people vote based on that. Just like he won the presidency because he was a celebrity and people liked him. Well, once that celebrity that people liked got in the White House, he started acting in ways that people disliked him, and they voted him out. That happens. And now he's in now again because people don't like Biden. That happens. So I'm gonna have to. I don't like to block and ban people, but when you got somebody that's typing the same thing and spamming over and over again, you don't get a lot of choice in it. I block somebody probably once every, I don't know, week or two, but you know, when somebody's spamming, ain't a lot you can do. So I had to take them out. But looking in the comments, what does that says? Phillips just imagine in Vietnam. But yeah, the whole Willie Brown thing, like I said, it does what you say, it's always this or that. Those are the choices, yeah. But like I said, the whole Willie Brown thing, if you don't like what happened with Willie Brown, but you feel like Melania Trump is somebody, a person that should be revered and she's a great person, then you're just being biased because Melania Trump definitely used her body to make money. She did the same thing. She used her body and sexuality to get where she's at. She's not posing in a J.C. Penney catalog. She's posing Bucky naked. So she used her body. We don't know if she fucked other people either, by the way. We don't even know that. For all we know, she may have banged other people back in her other country to get here. So the Willie Brown thing, while ignoring Melania, makes no sense to me. What am I reading here? We've always been a meritocracy. What is it? Nation and never a DEI because merit is the founding idea of this country. And thank God the Supreme Court changed the system back to the merit system because, yeah, that's just, Lucas, that is just flat out wrong. Flat out wrong. You couldn't own property. You couldn't own a bank account. The idea that America was founded on merit, I don't know. It's like deliberate ignorance. It's like you really think that virtually every position of power, every position of leadership, only being held by white men, just happened by coincidence? Just only white men had. You really think that there was nothing else at play? It was just a whole country full of smart white men, and everybody else lacked merit. That's why they all got the jobs. You really believe that? To me, that sounds like that's deliberate ignorance. I mean, women couldn't, like I said, they couldn't even open up a bank account. So clearly, they're not going to be competitive in any financial market because they're not even allowed to play the game. It ain't merit. It had nothing to do with merit. It had something to do with white men putting in a fix so that the system was tailored to favor them. Nobody else could even play. It was like a closed club. And then it would merit. That's insane to say America was founded on merit. While slavery existed, by the way. That's insane. As water reflects the face, so one's life reflects. What the hell does that mean? Black men could vote before women. Yeah. But white men could vote a hell of a lot before any of them. And black men gained the right to vote, but that right was not always allowed to happen. We know during the Martin Luther King era, there were Klan hanging around the polling places. They had poll taxes. They had poll tests that asked questions that, for the most part, only white people would know. You could legally vote. The law said you could vote, but they had all of these rules in place that essentially meant you never gonna vote. So just simply bringing up, well, black people got to vote before women did, without bringing up all of these other stipulations they did to make sure that even though you can vote, you never will vote, then you're being disingenuous. There was all sorts of things, such as charging people to vote. They had poll taxes that blacks could not afford, and they had a law that said you won't be charged a poll tax if your grandfather voted. If your grandfather voted, then you don't have to pay a poll tax. Your grandfathered in. But obviously, nobody black had a grandfather that voted because they were all slaves, which is a way of putting up a barricade that only white people can sift through, because all of them had grandfathers that were allowed to vote. These other people couldn't. So we ain't blocking black people from voting. We're just simply saying that if you don't have a grandfather that voted, you got to pay a poll tax. And of course, the black people couldn't afford to pay it. So the end result was a bunch of white people voting for free And a bunch of black people not voting because they can't afford the tax. But you're right. They got the right to vote before women did. Harriet Tubman says she would have freed more slaves if only they knew they were slaves. Yeah, that's a big one. You got to know you're being victimized. And a lot of them, if this is all you've known is being on this plantation, and you happen to be dealing with a master that doesn't treat you bad, maybe he don't beat you a lot and just let you work and feed you okay. You may not want to leave. You've never tasted freedom. You don't know what it's like. What's the number? Well, we're on. There's no number. Sincero, you said what's the number so I can call? The Handsome Liberal on Instagram is where you go, and I bring callers up from there. That's how it happens. There is no phone number to call. It's the Handsome Liberal on Instagram. We need to block dummies. I don't block dummies, Xavier, because hell, some people believe I'm a dummy. I believe everybody should be able to speak. I don't think anybody is smarter than anyone else, unless you just get in here and spam or start saying, racist things with um, no type of context to it. If you just if you want to say blacks are not as smart as whites and you got some context, we can talk about it. But if you just in here talking the N-word, there's nothing else, just a bunch of N-words all over, I'm gonna have to take you out. That doesn't add any context. If you truly feel that one race is smarter than the other one or one gender, we can talk about that. I won't ban that. But yeah, if you just in here typing the N-word or calling a girl the C-word or something like that, it adds no context to the program. I'll have to take you out. Real quick in the comments, free Diddy. Diddy ain't gonna be free. Diddy is done. Diddy is done. You say who's doing that? Damien, I just had somebody who was doing it about 5 minutes ago. I had to take him out. There's a guy in here that did type the N-word this evening. I did not block him. He did it once. I just let him know don't do it because the app will censor you. And he took the advice and didn't do it again. So that was it. He didn't get censored. But like I said, if you're doing things that the app is going to take down a whole damn program for you doing it, then I got to take you out. So otherwise I'd let you say whatever the fuck you wanted to say. But I do want to be able to talk to the people. And if you get in here saying something that doesn't help anybody out, you take the whole program down, I got to stop that. Can't we all just get along? No, we cannot. We cook because we are a society where everybody wants their own. Everybody wants as large of a piece of the pie as they can get. Even if it means you get none at all. You're not going to get along in a society like that. Everybody wants as much. Me. We live in a me society. You're not going to get along like that. We were all slaves at one point. In Scott, Irish, the Spanish, and English and French hated my ancestors. It's why we settled in West Virginia to be left alone. I think most of the African American ancestors that were involved in slavery would love to trade places with the Irish, Chinese, Scottish, any of the groups you're talking about. Because the indentured Irish, about the Irish slaves or whatever, the sheer length of time that we oppress black people is far, far greater than the Irish, Chinese. In fact, a lot of those other groups actually got reparations too. So I think that the black folks would love to trade places. Even all of these other downtrodden groups, they would rather be in their shoes than their own because they started treating them better, quicker. I mean, you started having Irish cops and things like that back in the 1920s. The Irish started getting treated fairly well a lot sooner. They don't have 200 plus years of being mistreated like that. So it was much better. Where does the word Slavic come from? Oh, word slave come from? And I see Andrew said Slavic. We are all poor and on the same page nowadays. The government has leveled the playing field, taking away the middle class. I don't totally disagree that I think if you want to live the American dream, a house, picket fence, a car, I don't think racism really prevents you from doing that. I think when you start getting in the upper levels is when you start encountering racism. However, oftentimes when we talk about stuff like racism or privilege, that people deny that privilege exists or things like that, a lot of people instantly refer to wealth as a sign of whether, I didn't have anything growing up. I lived in I was poor. We were dirt poor. We lived in a trailer, or we lived all in a 1-bedroom home. Where was my white privilege card? I didn't know. It ain't always about money. That's the pro. Everybody always goes right to money and acquisitions when they say, "Wait, this did not exist." And some of you folks on the program have heard me say before that privilege ain't got nothing to do with money. I mean, I always use the example of a white guy that's homeless and a black guy that's homeless, and they fall asleep every night on the same street, across the street from each other. They're both completely broke. They don't have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. There is no money in this entire experiment. And for some reason, the black guy falls asleep on the side of some closed business at night. The white guy falls asleep on his side of the street in the gangway of some other business that's closed at night. During the day, they both go in the garbage can and forage for whatever they can find to eat. For some strange reason, though, the black guy continues to get loitering tickets. The businesses are always putting up fences. Don't fall asleep on my business. They want to shoo him out of the neighborhood. And the white dude, maybe they give him a couple quarters or a leftover piece of sandwich or something. He don't have anything, but yet he still has some form of privilege. You don't have to have money to be privileged, is what I'm saying. Privilege ain't got nothing to do about how you grew up or any wealth in your family, any of that. Maybe you just walking out of Walmart with your black friend and they keep stopping him and asking for his receipt. And you sitting in the car like, what it took you so long to get out of the store for? Well, they came and made sure I proved everything in my grocery bag I bought. They don't do that. That ain't never happened to me. Got nothing to do with money. It's just how you being treated. So it ain't always about whether you got money or not. You can have privilege, and you can have black privilege too. By the way, you can if you go in the hood, for instance, maybe you don't get hassled or treated the way maybe somebody white does. It can work any other way, but privilege ain't got nothing to do with having money. You can have privilege and be completely broke. Might be the hood mentality now. I don't know what that means. Oh my God. Funny, you guys are still talking about glory holes. It's getting late. Maybe it's time for me to get up out of here. Please use 2 brain cells before commenting glory hole. Somebody, because a lot of times when you were up late, motherfuckers get horny and shit. You ever see them get on Pornhub, want to masturbate alone? That kind of, what the fuck are we talking about glory hole? It's like 1 a.m. What time is it here? Past 1 a.m. Most of my audience is men. Motherfuckers don't want to hear other dudes talking about glory holes and shit. What are you sitting around listening to old P. Diddy music and shit with a jar of baby oil in your hand? Why the fuck you talking about glory holes in a forum full of dudes? Jesus. Anyhow, maybe it's getting late. I'm going to go ahead and get up out of here because I read the comment. People talking about glory holes and shit. We talking politics. Why does glory holes keep coming up? I'm going to catch you guys tomorrow. It's getting fucking late anyway. For you guys that did come over to Instagram, I want to say thank you to you folks. If so, the Handsome Liberal on Instagram, feel free to follow me there. That's likely where we will allow folks to call in until TikTok makes some sort of decision. I do believe TikTok will come back, but until then, Instagram it is. And if Instagram works well, it'll be part of the permanent portfolio of platforms we run on. Anyhow, can you say happy birthday to, what does that says? Dope man? Like Ice Cube, dope man, give me a hit. Happy birthday to you, dope man. Anyhow, it's your boy Tim, the Handsome Liberal. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Y'all take care and have a good night. Now, I got to figure out